Hi, hello. It's time for some VLR, baby. Hi, Miku. Hi, hello. And I also spent a couple minutes actually adding emote attribution, mostly for me. Finally, finally remembered to do that. So, we're there. I did it. It's happened. But let's do some video games. Also, you might have noticed I added a new art from Seer on the loading screen. Just something silly. Play Steam. You're not even letting me type into the search box, please. I think it's just like frozen in general. Girl, come on. My video games. I love software. It's so cool. My favorite. Okay. Here we go. It should load in a second. It's just taking its sweet time. Who's next to die in the game? Nominate Sigma. Yeah, me too. I also nominate him. He has it coming. I can't remember. I think he's died at least once so far. I'm trying to remember what the context would have been. I think it's happened. Right, yeah, because he died to, at the very least, going below, 0 points and not getting through a chromatic door in one route. I'm trying to remember if he's been murdered, though. I'm not sure. Yeah, we know. You're in your car and you're having a terrible day. Okay. Ugh, I forgot how close I am to the end. Like I knew, but I forgot the full extent. I mean, I know what I'm gonna do for now.
What?
Sigma's BP is...
Negative.
Although we've been through this part. Yeah, we almost die. He almost dies. So, I mean, you almost got your wish. You did in the original version of this timeline. Did we have to look at that frame up?
What's wrong with your hand?
Now, I'm not sure this is... I'm sure it's relevant because they're bringing it up, but the fact that his arms are... Is he gonna amputate his hand instead of going to get the anesthetic? Or not the anesthetic, but the antidote?
There's something white on it. The structure of the bones in your arms isn't anything close to human. Your arms are cybernetic.
What the hell was that? I have cybernetic arms? Imagine just like suddenly realizing that and you have no idea why. He didn't get that flashback. Well, actually, I think he does get like the flashbacks. But yeah, sometimes info just kind of drops in his brain. It was both shocking and utterly obvious. Of course my arms were artificial. Titanium alloy bones with an ABT exterior to mimic human skin. But I had no idea why. Drank too much, yeah. Nor did I know when my human arms, which I distinctly remember having, had been replaced. And that flash of Luna I'd seen. I was certain it never happened. Didn't drink enough for this situation. It's also true. Also, hi, Sawako. Those things hardly mattered, though. If I survived, I could worry about them later. The fact that my arms were mechanical, however, that might be useful. Can you pop them right off? I called up all the strength I had left and stood one more time. What are you waiting for? Why don't you open it already?
What?
Did I stutter? He might have, considering his state. Open the number 9 door.
Sigma, what are you saying?
Looks like you finally gave up.
The way he's like got the arched back is the.
Whatever. I was just about to flip the switch anyway.
Then hurry up and.
Hey, don't rush me. Okay, you got 9 BP now, right?
Yes?
Well, what do you say? Want to come with?
I will remain here.
Why?
I cannot abandon Sigma.
Don't worry about me. Go. You have to get outside and call for help. Do you think Dio will? If he's the only one who gets out of here, there's no hope for the rest of us. You're the only one we can count on.
I understand.
Great. Glad we got that settled. Shall we go?
No! Stop!
5 began to move, but it was already too late. Dio grabbed the lever and threw it down. Didn't want to drunk visionify this cutscene though. We're seeing this perfectly clearly. Sigma's vision went normal for all this. This is also from Sigma's perspective. This right here. Yeah, it would cost too much.
It's been fun.
Oh, it's not even for this.
I promise to call for help and return as soon as I can. Please, do not give up hope.
They ran out of budget for the Drunkify effect. Yeah, I know. Just get going already. But just you, Kay. As Dio turned to look at me, I crouched. Then, calling on every last bit of strength my wearied body could supply, I launched myself toward him like a coiled spring. I slammed into his legs, knocking him to the floor and wrapping my hands around his ankle before he could get back up. What's your plan here?
Hey! What are you doing, you bastard? The door's gonna close. Let go! Let go, goddammit! Let go!
It's just like 999. He lashed out with his free leg at my head, shoulders, and arms, but I held on. I ignored the pain, tightening my grip with every blow.
Hey, what the hell is this shit? Why are you doing this? I kept my promise, didn't I?
Yeah, so did I. Far as I recall, it didn't say anything about letting you escape.
What?
Now he's doing that.
Shit! Stop screwing around, asshole! I have to get out of here. I'm not going to let my sacred mission get fucked up by some self-righteous idiot.
Who's the self-righteous idiot? Dio began to pull himself along with his elbows, bit by bit edging closer to the exit. He was headed straight through the door, but the gate was already beginning to close. With only a few feet to spare before it shut, he crawled across the threshold and beyond the door.
Sigma, stop! That's enough! Please, you have to let go! The door's going to shut on you if you don't let go!
That's the idea! Alright. See you later, Dio.
You're an idiot right up until the end, aren't you? Just hurry up and die, you senile old fuck!
No, I'm going to live. Ooh, that's uncomfortable.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
That's one way to do an amputation.
Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
The announcer's voice grated at the inside of my skull. I felt tired. So very, very tired. I felt my eyes flutter closed. And then nothing. Didn't you wake up without your arm at some point? I forget the context of that.
Sigma!
I think he had, like, been trying to escape.
Sigma! Finally awake, huh?
Hey, you! You're finally awake! I forget the fucking voice for the character. Where am I? I rubbed my eyes and slid my legs off the bed to stand up. Well, to be honest, it was an examination table, not a bed. Which meant... the infirmary, huh?
I guess they carried you out here after you passed out.
You guess?
Well, I wasn't there to see it. I was out just like you.
Oh, right.
I was in the AB room. That
Why?
bastard K, he punched me in the stomach. I can't believe him. He didn't want me voting, so...
Whoa. And after he knocked you out, he voted betray, which brought his BP up to 9.
Yes.
So where is he now?
On the other side of the number 9 door.
You should know that much.
With Dio. You told him to go, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Is your arm okay? I heard
Arm?
what happened. Cybernetic arms, huh? Can't say I'm surprised. I was starting to get a feeling something was up with you.
And how would that indicate... how would you be able to just, like, sense... I looked down at my left hand. What left hand? Or rather, I looked down at where my left hand should have been. Instead, there was a stub, wrapped in white gauze. I told myself I'd do anything to get the cure, even if it meant letting Dio betray me. But I had a feeling I might come to miss my hand. Oh yeah. How's Quark?
I'm right here.
Quark! Don't turn around so fast. You're stuck with Sigma until the end of time. Fuck, you're right. Man, I'm glad you're alright. Feeling better?
Yep, thanks to you. You got the medicine from that jerk Dio, right? Luna gave it to me, and now I'm better. Thanks. You're the best, Mr. Sigma. You saved my life.
Baby boy's all better. Hey, listeners, Fury. It seemed they'd shared stories while I was asleep. Everyone knew now how I'd made a deal with Dio, and about the journal we'd found with the Latin in it. Right. Agreed to vote ally so that he could escape. Hello, hello, hello. Clover and Vi seem to have done most of the talking.
It was completely the opposite of what we guessed. We're not infected. The rest of the world is. That means this place isn't a quarantine facility. It's more like a shelter.
Well,
Big revelation.
For sure yet. I thought the same thing you did, but then Sigma pointed out a couple of discrepancies.
Yeah. Vi and I have already gone over it, but I'll explain what I'd noticed. 1. If we were in a shelter for uninfected people, why had Quark been infected? Yeah, I am looking forward to the end of all this, because I'm getting pretty damn close. Any place designed to keep a virus like that out would have a lot of safeguards to keep anything from getting in. You'd think, wouldn't you? Had the virus really bypassed all those measures? It didn't seem likely. Hi, Miku. The timing of our abductions in the pandemic's outbreak was strange. It would make sense if we'd been rescued after the disease had become widespread, but that wasn't what had happened. First we'd been abducted, then the pandemic had broken out. 3. Is the game muted on purpose? Is it? Oh, hold up. I had it lower because of, I think the last game I was playing was loud. Thank you for pointing that out. We didn't know why Zero had put us in the Nonary game. If we were survivors he wanted to protect, then why try and kill us? If we were in a shelter, why wasn't it safe? It's a fair question.
Well, what about this? Maybe someone anticipated the pandemic.
If only.
I don't know who. Probably Zero. Anyway, they grabbed us before the pandemic really started. Then they put us in the shelter. But then, after a while, he got bored, so he decided to have us play this game to kill time.
Love this idea. Yeah, I put in all this effort to rescue a bunch of people, but it's getting kind of boring just watching them live here. Who on earth would make people he rescued play a game where they could die just because he was bored?
Well, we don't actually know if there is poison in this bracelet.
What?
You're the only one who's gotten injected so far. And when you did, it was only Soparil.
What are you saying? That what I did at the number 9 door was all pointless?
No, that's not what I mean. That can't. I'm sure
Nope.
there's tubocurarine in the bracelets. The Adams analysis confirmed it.
Well...
But what if the Atom is lying? If you're going to do that, then we don't have anything to base any speculations on.
Okay, that's a fair point.
You could say that the newspaper article was fake, or that the Latin journal wasn't real.
Or the journal was real, but my translation was a lie.
You made it up?
No, my translation was accurate.
Just an immediate misunderstanding. Yeah, he cut off his arm. Just for funsies.
I'm just making the point that once you start talking about this stuff being fabricated, it doesn't stop. I don't think Zero is doing this just to take the piss out of a lime.
What?
I was just trying to stress that I don't think Zero would do this to pass the time.
Incredible. Incredible metaphor. How do you make that mistake?
However, I do think Clover has half a point.
Meaning? I do too. I love 5.
That someone did anticipate this pandemic. That part seems reasonable.
Well, if the virus was spread on purpose, then I could see how that might make sense. Yeah. It's not like Noah put all the animals on his ark after the flood happened. He went around before the rain started falling to gather them all up,
And you are all just the prime specimens to preserve, I'm sure.
right?
Are you saying that we were rescued because we're all that's left of humanity?
We were brought here because someone knew there would be a pandemic that would turn us into an endangered species? Does that mean we're supposed to repopulate the planet?
I mean, we were all thinking it with that conclusion, but... Repopulate. Huh. I looked around and did a quick inventory. Jesus Christ, Sigma. I've gotten Luna's End, yeah. I did that last stream, and it destroyed me a little bit. Four women, an old man, and a kid. That meant I was the only... Sigma. I'm not even gonna grace this with a read. Sigma die challenge for real. If the newspaper and the journal were right, then the world outside was crawling with a deadly virus. Why would we go expose ourselves to that? This would be the safest, happiest place on Earth.
The game's over. There's no point to any of this now.
No, that's not true. The game might be over, but we've still got a lot of unanswered questions. In fact, we've got even more questions.
So, are those answers going to open the number 9 door again?
Maybe.
It's all over. Why we're stuck here doesn't mean shit. The 8 of us aren't leaving, ever. That's all that matters.
8?
You're including the old woman?
Of course.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? What if the old lady is Zero Senior?
That would be the wildest fucking twist. I'm down for it, Quark. Yeah, you're right. We never even considered that.
But that would mean the person in charge of all this was murdered by somebody. That doesn't make sense. Maybe she wasn't murdered. Huh?
Are you saying she was infected with Radical 6 and killed herself?
Who knows? But we didn't find a knife or any kind of weapon in the AB room with her.
Maybe she was killed somewhere else. And then someone carried her in there.
What? That's ridiculous.
Well, maybe we should go take a look at her one more time. Maybe we missed something.
Sure, okay. You definitely did, if you still think this is possible. We looked down at the body of the old woman. Pi was the first to move. Quietly and methodically, she began to examine the woman in her clothes. I just stood there. Even if she was dead, no, especially because she was dead, I just didn't feel right touching her. After a few silent minutes, Phi suddenly stopped. She pulled something from one of the old woman's sleeves and held it out toward me. I mean, we knew. But, a card.
Looks like an ID card for this place. Since it's got her picture on it, I'd say it's a safe bet the card is hers.
Huh, looks like her name is Kurashiki. Kurashiki. Never heard it before?
Nope. You?
No. Anything on the back? Pass equals Jumpy Doll. Aww. Yeah, I wonder, I've never heard of a Kurashiki. Never. You can write that in this password, though. That seems important. Seems a little bit important. Get out my notebook. Where do I have my pencil? That'd also help. That'd also be useful. Dear God, my desk. It's a mess. Everything's everywhere. I found a pencil. Okay, password. Jumpy Doll. Huh, there's something written here. It says Jumpy Doll.
Well, actually it says pass equals Jumpy Doll. So I'm guessing Jumpy Doll is a password of some sort.
Yeah, I suppose it would be pronounced Jumpy Doll. But I don't know how she would know that. What the hell does that mean?
Beats me.
Looks handwritten. She must have put it on here herself so she wouldn't forget it.
Yeah.
We were still looking for the card over when I heard a commotion from the other part of the room.
Alice, what's wrong?
She's infected!
Alice! Oh no.
What are you planning to do with that?
Phi and I turned around and gasped. I forgot if this was the one where we duplicated the antidote. It's not.
Damn it.
We ran to the other end of the room and skidded around the partition. There stood Alice, her hand lovingly? Lovingly. Not sure how my brain ended up there. But that would be interesting, wouldn't it? I had wrapped tightly around the scalpel. She didn't seem stable. Her eyes were flat and hollow. I also like that they made sure that, you know, she was on the other side of the divider suddenly. I guess she just hadn't come over. Like, just so that they couldn't, you know, they didn't want to make another render. Her eyes were flat and hollow. Her face was an emotionless mask. She was not well. The look on her face was all too familiar. I'm surprised she didn't, like... Well, I suppose remembering the other routes wouldn't really be helpful here. Quark. She looked just like Quark Quark had before he went insane. That meant...
Goodbye.
Her hand moved, lifting the scalpel up high in the air, then driving it down toward her heart. Okay, so no chance of saving her here. Now, I'm not sure I understand how this is a game over. It's not great. It's not great. Quark End? I guess the Tenmyoji End had enough Quark content in it that's it's not a huge deal. But this really didn't have a lot to do with Quark. Sure, I guess. Who are missing? Oh, Phi, duh. She did escape Sigma. That's true. That's a victory for her. Instead, the titty's destroyed. Yeah, that sounds about right. And I don't actually remember where the number 0 bomb is supposed to be. Clearly, we know.
Sigma, wait! Where are you going?
Don't follow me! Go find the others!
Idiot! Do you really
Accurate.
think I'd do that?
I could hear her following me, but there was no time to argue. Instead, I focused on my goal. There is still time. Where was it? I mean, I know that the, like, main idea is that they want to blow up the big boy by combining all the other explosions, but that was in the room we've already been to. That was the number 2 bomb room. The octopus, as they call it. I also still don't know about that wall graffiti.
Here?
Yeah, should be between these AV rooms. Ooh. Ooh. Good, I was right. Yeah, is that why they like moved the rooms? Like as a second reason? How much time do we have left?
About a minute.
Shit!
Hurry!
I'm hurrying as fast as I can. The input device was plugged in. I was ready to go. Now I just had to enter the password. But what was the password? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had already used up my 3rd time charm. Still, I had to try. I shook my head and concentrated. Yeah, remember this route? If you don't remember the password, you better go there. Don't worry, I remember the password perfectly. S G D Q. Game's done quick. It stopped.
Yeah.
Vi and I crumpled to the ground, the adrenaline that had sustained us suddenly gone.
How did you know it was here? Did you see it in another history?
It's hard to explain. The short version is that Dio hid something here in another timeline. I guess maybe he'd put the bomb here too.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Well, you did it. So, thanks.
Oh, I don't need any thanks. Just
what? What? What on earth are you talking about?
Chromatic doors have opened. 5 minutes remain until chromatic doors close.
right, that's the other part of the time limit.
This is bad. The white doors have opened. We need to hurry. Everyone else is waiting for us in the Floor B warehouse.
Fucking this guy.
What the hell are you going on about? Just go!
Before I could protest, she turned and ran towards the magenta door. I sighed and headed off after her. This is a little more relevant, buddy. I ran into the warehouse to find everyone else already there. They'd done just as Fi had asked and brought the 3 unconscious members of our party back to the doors. Fi and I shared a quick glance and headed over toward them.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're safe.
So, did you disable the bombs?
Yeah, I could have done it in my sleep. Sheep. Okay.
Do you mean in your sleep?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No time for that, Luna.
Yeah, good
We gotta
job,
get through
you
the
guys.
doors. No need to thank me.
What? Huh?
You're disgusting.
True.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
I think it would have been funny if Zero made the elevator go slower.
We need to hurry.
Everybody know who's in their group?
Yeah, I'm set.
All right, the let's move.
At Tenmyoji's command, we broke off into our teams. Kay carried Quark on his back and dragged Dio along the floor. Great. through the white door on the left. Clover and Luna carried Alice through the door on the right. And Tenmyoji, I, myself, ran through the center door. Fuck yeah, we get to go with Tenmyoji!
10 seconds remain until chromatic doors close. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Easy. Nothing to it. Now, what room do we get this time? Q! We get Q! Finally! All alone! Alone, 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 alone! Alone, alone, alone. Alone, alone, alone. What the hell? There's nothing here.
Well, there are doors. The one we came in. And that one, which I'm assuming is the exit.
Yep, figures. Won't budge.
The plaque on the door just said Q.
Q. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Quarantine?
Really? Now someone's just being a smartass.
Huh?
Nothing.
Quark?
Maybe the Q is for question.
Ugh. Well, I guess it is a very questionable room.
If there was a deck of cards here, maybe the Q would be for Queen.
Queen? That's a quality guess right there.
Right. Well, we need to get out of here. Let's find a way to get the door open.
We also need to find the star keys. I've got enough BP to open the door, but you guys need to play the AB game some more.
Yeah.
We still need a few more points. A few? You need 5.
If we can get those star keys, we should be able to play the AB game as many times as we need to.
True. Listener's Fury, she is a queen.
So...
It's just a matter of time until we get the points we need.
right.
Well, let's get started then.
Good.
Okay.
This should be fun. It should be fun to navigate this room. Can't wait to not know where I'm looking. Okay. What are we supposed to do here? The room's empty. I forgot what the fuck. Wait. Do you hear something? Ooh. Ooh. Huh? No. The sound effect. Huh. Well, how much you want to bet it has something to do with that? Guess we should go, have a look. I think this cube is just floating here. How the hell is it doing that? Who knows? Can't tell just by looking at it. Why don't you touch it and see if anything happens? Oh my god. No, they didn't. I'm gonna draw this out so I can actually not, like, have it disappear all the time, because that's gonna get really annoying. It is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 7 grid. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine trying to do this without drawing it out. Trying to do Minesweeper with only being able to look at a section at a time. 6 and 7. And I really need to get like a setup where I can have my notebook on stream. I mean, I guess I can draw it digitally, but get to get like a nice camera setup or something. Little notepad. That'd be cute. One of these days. It's kind of hard to do. Because it's a matter of my workspace. Changing shit up with that. Okay. Just gonna make sure all these lines are very clear so I don't fuck up and count something wrong. Should be good. Draw 4 grids. I don't like the sound of that. So. Capture card for your surface. Yeah, that too. So this is nothing over here. This is saved slap. This is safe. Start from bottom. 1 to the left of it. Everything else is zeros. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I love these bots. They're so cool. I'm glad they're back again. Great. They seem to, like, all the different types of bots on Twitch.tv seem to, like they have off and on periods, you know? Sometimes they're around, sometimes they're not. Well, I know where 2 of the bombs are. I mean, I'm assuming that's what's up, so I'm not gonna touch them until I know for sure. But this should be safe. Yikes. 3. Yeah, no, that tracks. Or does it? Mechanics clarification. I'll try and figure it out myself for now. But I may need to take you up on that. This is weird because this is apparently 3 around it. So this is definitely not like completely Minesweeper. Because there's not enough room for that, even with just what we've got highlighted right now. It's definitely a bomb down there, right? Or not. Oh, so it's not like bombs, it's my pencil. Let me grab, I don't even have an eraser on hand. My life. Falling into shambles. A rule they don't really say? That would be good, actually. Needed rubber eraser. Yeah, I'll use that. Well, I can't even get it out of its packaging. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I use the shitty eraser app on one of my other pencils. Garbage. Ugh. Cows count themselves in numbers. but not diagonally. Huh! Oh god, the pencil I picked up for Afterlife and Eraser. It's, ugh, I can't erase shit. Because now that I know that those aren't, like, bomb tiles, I have to... Everything is wrong. But that's fine. So that's actually a 1 right there. The very center one should be nothing, yeah. Diagonal. I suppose it's not necessarily safe, but we know enough surrounding tiles to already be fine with that. Not much going on, is there? Yeah, it's just the one center, I guess. Centerpiece there. Yeah, it's literally just this tile. Or like these two anyway. Yeah, they don't count diagonally. So it's like... So I know it's like we got 2, 3, 3, 2... But then what? So if the 3s are for sure, you know, counting that shit, you counting themselves. You'd think... I don't understand what's going on here. Have another look at it. Huh? The cube. Have a look at it again. Winning and losing tiles on the wall. Cube can help you find the winning panels with it. When the winning panels and only winning panels are highlighted in cyan, the system will activate. Here's how to find the winning panels. When you click on a panel on the cube, it'll display a number. The surrounding panel will also display a number. This number indicates the number of winning panels that border each panel. I see how that'd work. I feel like you could have done a little better. I feel like you could have done a little better at this. Hint that appears in the cube is different for each side. Oh god. Hypothetically, if the wall with the exit is the north wall, then the wall to the right of that would be the east wall, which makes the entrance the south wall, and the wall left up would be the west wall, meaning the hint appears on the west side. Actually, you're referred to the east wall, the hint that appears on the north side would actually refer to Jesus. So it's flipped then. Adjacent walls don't provide hints for one another. Each hint is specific to that wall. That means even if there are winning panels on the border with an adjacent wall, those panels will not be reflected in the initial panel's numbers. Total of 8 puzzles hidden in the walls. Click the floor to view this message one more time. After that, it'll be gone forever. Okay, cool. So there's 3 bordering. Here. This is certainly a thing. Because then, I'm really have to think about this. I'm gonna have to think about this. Bottom panel, the bottom left panel definitely has to be winning. Because it doesn't have a lot of panels surrounding it anyway. So that one for sure. But that's the hard, just gonna start time intensive. Yeah, that's very, yeah. And then, we can eliminate most of the board. Just because there's so many fucking zeros. Yeah, it has to be... So looking at the bottom three, is it like the... This one right here. That has to be... For sure. The boarding panels around it... Yeah. Yeah, the panels to the right of it can't be, one, you know, the one, because they're... Yeah, for sure. Okay, I get it now. Right, okay, yeah, I think it was just getting constantly messed up by the fact that they count themselves. Yeah, no, okay. It's literally as obvious as it seems. So this is facing the locked door. So I'll use that as my anchor. So... You know what to do now. Whoa! Whoa, what the hell? Huh, interesting. Counting themselves, fuck me. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm glad I had you here to explain that, because, that's how this one works. It looks like there are more of them. We should keep looking. Sure thing. Time to draw that grid again. Okay, so this is... Oh god. Spatial sense. It's bad. It's not very good. It's the panel on the right, so it's facing... It's the lock is to the right. If we were facing this panel. Okay, there's probably an easier way to do this, but, well. Now I'm kind of wishing that I was working on grid paper for my notes. For this one circumstance. Suddenly that'd be very useful. Do I have a better eraser than I'm using right now? Please. It's so bad. It's so shit. So garbo. But yeah, if I can just find my actually regular mechanical pencil I've been using for everything, that'd be cool, but it's kind of... it's kind of scary. So... Well, I may simply have to deal. Just don't mind my model. Switch to your new game notebook to... Yeah, switch to new game notebook to dot paper because of these games. Yeah... I can understand that. Did it just fall on the floor or something? Is that what happened? It's probably what happened. God. I found something better. That's something. Yeah, this is the better eraser. I found a decent pencil. Imagine having writing utensils. In this day and age? Okay. We're good. Yeah. Good to know I don't have to be worried about hitting these tiles, at least. Saves me some time. One, 0, 1, 2. Color pencils out for this room. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. I can get behind that. Well, I probably have some beard somewhere, but I'll stick with what I'm doing for now. See if I can't manage. Not like I didn't already know what was gonna be there, but you know. And this is gonna take up so much space in my notebook, which is fine, but so much of it is gonna be dedicated to just this one room. Like, considering I've gone through like maybe 7, 8, 9 pages for both games so far. Okay, this is easy enough though. Should be these 3 right here. And then these 2 and over in this corner. Yeah. Can't imagine it being anything else. Two separate things. Okay. Ooh, the darts. Okay, cool. This is facing away from the lock. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Draw me another grid once again. Make the most fucked up cube I've ever created. Puzzle boss rush? For real? Okay. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. This one's 0, 0, 1, 2, 0. 2, 2, 3, 1. So that's definitely one of them. I mean, I think I can say safely it's these 3. I'll check this right here. Yeah, we're just gonna have to do every single puzzle throughout the entire game, but combined into one absolute mess. Some total monstrosity. You like puzzles? And timer countdown appears. Gotta go fast. So true. You wanna die? You wanna die doing puzzles? You will. I'm glad the games never do that, even when there is an in-canon, you know, time limits. Because, oh my god. I am not fast at anything. Least of all thinking. Puzzled to death. True. So very, very true. Just gonna get the missing ones. It's because it's satisfying. Satisfying to have all of them. Even though I know what it's gonna be. Okay. Then in that case, it's gonna be these three right here. This little shape. And then this one... Yeah, this one right here. That's pretty easy, actually. Although I sense a slight problem in that I can't actually... Wait, oh, it'd be this. Oh no! Oh no! It really is! What a random 99 opening tutorial? Me. Okay, this side, let's go. So the lock's to the left in this case. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. I doubt my mic is picking up my drawing ASMR, but I hope it is. I hope it's somehow more powerful than it has any right to be. I can angle it down towards that. Actually, hopefully this doesn't make massive amounts of sound to do this, but let me see. Yeah. Because maybe. Yeah, it doesn't. F. Need a proper ASMR mic for that. I mean, it's powerful enough that it could. I just have to change my door setup. Anyway. Silliness aside. Zero. 1, 2. I mean, honestly, the fact that I'm immediately solving everything as soon as I know... Oh, 4. Jesus. As soon as I know, what the answer is, I don't really need to be recording which sides of the room these all are, but... If I ever need to go through all this again for any given reason. I shouldn't, but... Who knows? There's a lot on this wall. It'll be useful for whenever I do my Zero Escape speedrun. It really wouldn't. You do not want random scrawlings instead of a proper guide. Unless you're doing a very specialized run. So much talking for a speedrun. You're right. I really should be focusing on just buckling down and getting through as fast as possible. Just not a professional gamer, clearly. Don't have any respect for the sport. Okay, so this one is funky. All the 4s should definitely be the right spots because, I mean, come on. And also everything around them. So they're easy to... Oh, no. Because they're counting themselves, so that there's a total potential of 5, actually. So, untrue. Not actually the case. Humble casual. Yeah, I'd be lying to myself if I said I was anything but. Okay. The 4s do make things pretty easy, though. But I gotta think about it. The 3 down in the bottom left corner here only has 3 blocks surrounding it, so definitely for sure. Likewise, this 4 over here only has 4 blocks surrounding it, so they're all for sure. Jesus Lord. Jesus Lord alive. This 3 over here has to be, because the ones around it don't have, like, everything past that is a 0, so it couldn't be those. Person that happens to enjoy video games, not a gamer. Yeah, I can understand that. I get where you're coming from. As someone who likes playing video games but sucks at them, yeah. And this one has... The one up top, we know this isn't anything. We know that can't be anything because this is a 0. So all of these, all the rest of them are for sure 100%. Which means that the 3 over here, especially since we already know from earlier that this is, from the 4 over here, solidarity, hell yeah, that this is one of the spots. This means that this is all we got from this little part. These 2 for sure aren't anything. Which means that the 2 for right here are gonna be so that's an X, that's an X. Only hardcore about farming games. That is very fair. Yeah, I need to get back to Rune Factory 5 so bad. I wanted to play it before stream, but I didn't have time. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, this one, we know that this tile is one of the targets. Only other one that's possible that we haven't already eliminated is the 4 over here. So this are both the right ones. Yeah, it's gotta be the 3 and the 4, because it can't be the 1, obviously. I think I've gotten all of it. I'm gonna check through my work, make sure it all adds up nicely. Yeah, it seems to all work. Okay. It's hard to make progress in Rune Factory 5. That, because you're grinding fishing? Me too, Bessie. Me too, I love fishing. I think we all know this by this point, but I love fishing minigames. So much. Love my life. Now, how? Oh. Forgot to do that one. Wait, when they're added. You are my exact opposite. You are exactly my opposite. I, like, something about it just, like, appeals to me so much. I don't know why. Because I'm not, like, I have fished in real life, like, a couple of times, but I'm not, like, an enthusiast by any means. All systems are now activated. What the hell was that? It probably means that all the things in the walls have been activated. tedious and boring. That's fair. It's something about it works well for me. That means you probably don't need to mess with the cube on the wall panels anymore. Yep, here's the thing from the like command room. Ooh. There's a red memory card behind the glass. Sure is. Not every day you see a... I'm not even sure what to call this. A cabinet? Not every day you see a cabinet like this. Looks like each of those cubbies has something in it. The one on the left looks like a binder. And on the right, it looks like you've got a red memory card. We can't get to them, though. They've got glass doors. Break that shit. Punch through them. Yes, Fi! Yes, I didn't think any of you would even mention that. All right, here goes. Don't. This is reinforced glass. The only thing you're gonna break is your hand. And you need that. You still have both of them in this timeline though, so no. You got two. That isn't anything, it's just part of the structure. Okay. The hexagons and triangles. Huh, I feel like I've done this puzzle somewhere before. No, well, doesn't really matter, I guess. We have to change it all to the same color, I think it was the deal. As for if I remember how to do that, though... Something about the logic of this puzzle just doesn't click for me. I don't know what it is. I just can't really process. Like, I understand what a single move will do. It's just trying to extrapolate that outwards and keep track of what, like, everything will, you know, butterfly effect into. It's too much for me. Which color I'm trying for? Not yet, not yet, not yet. Don't confirm or deny, but I'm assuming it's gonna be green. But, so damn close, but so damn far. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate your understanding. Got it! Let's go! Did I solve it? Yeah, that must be the answer. Look. The glass doors. That's like I never know how I did it. I know, like, I can see things coming together in the last couple, like, steps that I do, but before that, I'm just clicking shit. Essentially. They're open. Well done. Now some good work, Sigma. It's a binder. Let's have a look. There's only a single piece of paper in here. It says Q Chamber Special AB Game. Ooh. Another one? A red memory card. Sure is. Alright, let's take a look at that. Those instructions... Not memo. I want to go to archive. Don't know why I thought it would be anywhere except for the end. Oh, I know what kind of game this is. It's like in Eve with the game with the like 3 people are, you know, so many people are lying. They say that so and so did it. They say that so and so did it. So like, I don't know what it's called. There's like a word for it. I've seen it in a couple different places. Where you're just given a description of like what a group of people say or will do, and you have to figure out the answer from that. 3 people will choose ally. 3 people will choose betray. 3x ally. 3x betray. Do whatever his opponent does. 1x mirror. And first answer, I'm just writing this all down so I don't have to look at this, like go back into the archive over and over again. 6 people get to 9. Second, 1 team gets to 9. 6 cooperators. So I'm assuming that's like... It wouldn't be teams. Because... Oh! Okay, so 3 teams getting, 9 points. Makes sense. But yeah, only 1's plural. Interesting. Good to keep in mind. Yeah. Are those missiles? They're darts. Look over there. Here. Where? I think that's a green memory card. We can't get it out, though. That glass is covering it. I think we can get some darts out, though. Okay. I'll grab a couple. A bunch of tiny sidewinders, huh? You know, the ones they mount on the underside of fighter planes? These aren't missiles. They're darts. I don't know. You say that. Looks like this is the scoreboard for the dartboard. We don't really know what the, goal number is, though, unless it's the same as last time, which seems unlikely. Just a sticker that looks like a memory card just to screw with people? I think they should. Think it'd be funny. There's the... Ooh, there's another hologram device. I think I've seen something like this before. Oh, you mean like one of those exercise machines where you twist your hips around? No, I don't think so. This doesn't look like a fitness machine to me. Kinda ruins it when you take it so seriously. This is... Damn it. I can't remember. It's a Roomba. Another one of these, huh? Again, without knowing, like... Looks like 4 purple books. Let's go through each one of them. Nice! Oh, this is the solution for the puzzle. What the? There's nothing written here. Huh? I mean, all the pages are blank. Are the other books the same? Let's have a look. Yeah, there's nothing here. At the back. This one's blank too. Huh? Something wrong? Is there something in that one? No, the pages are all blank. It's just... Just what? Well, there's some pictures put in between the pages back here. 3 of them, it looks like. Put up green dye and red dye in the archive. Is this the answer? Or just... So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from the left. From the up one. With the single dot facing upwards and 3 on the side. On the right side from that perspective. Then 3 from the right. Or no, 4 from the right, sorry. And I'm counting these things differently. Same rules as the previous dice puzzle apply. Yeah, figures. Yeah, that's okay. This one is 5 from the left up 2. This one's 4 from the left up 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5. I could draw out like the whole grid, but I do not want to. Hope you understand. That's the blue, this is the green. 4 from, oh no, 5 from the left. Up 4. It's 6 facing this away. Sideways. I mean, I usually think of like the going up and down to be the straight up, you know, but I guess it doesn't really matter. 4 from the left up 6. That's a 2. So that's for the greens. And finally for the reds, that's 5 from the left and up 3. And that's 3 on the top of the die. Then 4 from the left and up 5 is 4. With 1 on the right. Okay. See how well I even remember that one. Okay, let's give it a shot. I suppose it doesn't really matter where it starts, so this one you want to... From left up 5, this spot right here. Need it to be on a 4. That's not facing correctly. I'm not sure if that matters. I'll leave it there for now, and if it doesn't like it, then I can, you know, fix it at that point. This is so down in this spot right here, but it needs to have the 3. But not facing that way. Actually, yeah, I'd like to know if it matters. Because I know it matters for this one, but I'm not sure if it matters for one you can't even, like, tell. It does? Fuck. Well, I guess I would explain why they'd make sure it was at an angle. Time to fix that shit. Okay. Let's actually think about what I'm doing here. If I want it to be facing... Randomize it until it gets there, then we can figure it out from there. If I want it to be facing... other way. Like that. I want to have the 1 on the left, so I want to have it be at 1. When it's right there with 5 facing towards us. But it's such a pain in the ass, honestly. My 3D sense is like... well, it's bad, speaking frankly. It's just not very good. It's so easy to get in the wrong angle, man. If I just randomize it enough times, that'll surely work, right? Randomize, I say, as if that's even what's going on. so close. Yeah, it is. This is the correct position, though, but the one I'm trying to get it into, right? Yeah. Maddening to watch, I'm sure. Yeah, ideally I'd want to have it, like, on this side, like in one of the, like any of, like this row, or this row, so that it can actually be. Want to be up on the left. Do they, ooh. No, that's, I'm being sick. Let me know if you want a hint. We'll see. We'll see. I want it to be, like up here even. Where is it now? Girl, come on. Just let me pick it up. All I need, I mean, this isn't even in the right place anyway. So if it is, like, they're flipped from one another, and I just haven't realized this at all. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. That should be correct. No, no, wait. No, I want to be down here. And you're gonna give? Yeah, I was just being a fool the entire time. Hey, Matsuo. So, I mean, now I know that they're printed differently from one another. I was like, well, surely you can get it to end up spinning around. Because that totally makes sense. For sure. Anyway, that's all done. The blue, we want... over 4, up 4. So this tile right here. Thank you, Mateo. I'm glad you think so. Okay, so this needs to be a 5 with a 1 on the right. And if I were to have a 5 right there... It's not the right one. Okay. There we go. And then this is over 5 up 4. 5 up 4. Here then. This needs to be a 6. Facing sideways, although that should be inevitable. Since we have the right one. Yeah, okay. I think I figured that out on the last time I did this puzzle, but it's been a couple weeks, so you know. Okay, so 4 over 4 up 6 up here. This needs to be a 2 with the left side being the lower tip. I don't think this is the right one. Yeah, no. Or no, it was. Okay. Yeah, there we go. And then the other one for the green is over 5 up 4. Is that correct? Because that would seem to already be taken. Oh my god, I totally read the wrong thing for the blue. Okay. Spent 5 minutes trying to figure this one out with the hint from the previous room, not the new one. Oh no. Yeah, no, that one, I mean, that one took me a hot second as well. Cannot lie to you. 5, 2. So right here needs to be a 1. That is correct, isn't it? It's, yeah, okay. Just a matter of actually getting it to that point. That's not gonna work. There we go. Easy! It's easy! It's so easy! Huh. Got it. I had a feeling you could do it. You have way more confidence in me and Sigma than you ought to. Good job. Have a look at this. Hey, it opened. Okay. What's this over here? Oh, that's just where we put the things in. Hi, watermelon. Good to see you. Anything on top of the... No, nothing on top there. Nothing, I can't look on top of the, square. Actually, this screen. A screen, huh? There's nothing on it. And it doesn't do anything when I touch it. How do I turn it on? Hell if I know. I don't see a button or a card slot or anything. Not a lot we can do if we can't turn it on. Uh-huh. Might as well leave it alone for now. That's where the password's gonna show up. Right, when we do everything in the room. Makes sense. It's just a question of... I mean, am I missing anything? Am I missing anything for this? It must not be. Looks like this is the scoreboard for the dartboard. That's a dartboard. I remember seeing this before. Come on. Who hasn't seen a dartboard before? No, that's not what I mean. I feel like I've seen it somewhere in this building before. It's just this board is different from a normal dartboard, you know? Huh. Let's try it out. What do you mean, try it out? Isn't that obvious? There's only 2 ways to use a dartboard. Either you use it to hold pizza, or you throw darts at it. Yeah, definitely. Try tossing those darts you just got at this board. Oh, right, I don't know if I have it selected. Score of 100 with the darts, so it's literally just gonna tell me. 100 with the darts, and we need to have the first dart land in the green, then blue, then red. Huh, that's weird. Could've sworn I've seen these darts before somewhere. Drink tree or a dartboard. Whatever. Time for some darts. Okay, perfect 100. First one would be the green. I think it's ×1, ×2, ×3. As you get closer to the 100. Or, yeah. First one, the green. In order to get to 100, these are all pretty small numbers, so the first number we get... Can we do anything with, Does Zero Junior penalize you if you just put them in the board? I think so. I think so. I am actually just gonna write down all of the options for each color, factoring in the multipliers. I can't remember how I did this last time, but that should be helpful. Green, blue, and then red. So green I can get on the outermost circle 11, 8, 6, and then the second one in I can get 16, 14, and 6. Wait, hold up. Oh yeah, there's 2 16s. Okay, 2 16s for the green. And then for the centermost, we would get 39. 42. Right? Yeah, 42. And 18. For the blue, the outermost is going to be 8, 7, or 13. Inner, the middle is going to be 22, 28, or 12. Innermost is going to be 24, 24 again, or 24, okay. Fair enough, I guess. And then finally, the red outermost is gonna be 14 or 8. Then the middle is 16, 26, and that's it. Finally, yeah, there's not as many of the red sections. Finally, the middle is gonna be 33 or 21. Since we're trying to make 100 with 3 numbers, one of them is gonna have to be bigger than, or possibly 2. No, one of them at least is gonna have to be bigger than 25. So our options are either landing the green on 39 or 42, or landing the blue on 28. I feel like we're probably gonna want to go with the 39 or 42. We want an average of 33.3. And considering, well, we don't necessarily have to land them in every single, like, area. We can do all in, like, the first or second, possibly. So yeah, it's either gonna be the 39 or the 42. In the case of the 39, for our green, that leaves us with 61 left to make up for with the blue and the red. In the case of 42, it's gonna be 58 remaining. So 58 or 61. Yeah. Pick up the highest options, true. It only goes to a very high number. That's for sure. 58 or 61. Okay, so 661 with the remaining. Oh, there's also a 33 you can get with the red dart. Oh, 28 and 33 should make... Yeah, that makes 61. So 28 with the blue. And 33 with the red. Should do it. Yeah, okay, so green, 39. Blue, 28. And red, 33. Perfect 100. Ha! Piece of cake. You see that? My dart skills... My dart skills are undeniable. Yes, I saw it quite clearly. It was very nice. Do you really think you had to stand the whole 2 meters and 37 centimeters away from the dartboard, though? I'm a fair man. My high school voted me the most likely to be a judge, you know. Is that what that means? Okay, okay. That's great and all, but look. See the display case? Display case? It's open. It didn't open until after we looked. Okay. Great. Now we can get that green memory card. We're gonna have to pull out all the stops on this job. You sound like you're in a heist movie. Should I have worn a catsuit? Ugh. I think I just threw up a little. Besides, everybody in a heist movie wears a sweet suit. Most likely to be judged. True. Wrong spot. We need to go over to... here. What the heck is this ridiculously huge thing? There's a screen down there. It looks like this is the only part that you can actually interact with. But it's dark. There's nothing on it. There's some card slots underneath the screen. They look just like the ones on the polling machines in the AB rooms. So that means we need to put some memory cards in here, right? Yeah, like the one you've got in your hand right now. Fuck 'em up. This green card, huh? Let's see if anything happens when I put it into the green slot. This blue card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the blue slot. Me, when I put SD cards into my computer? Let's see if anything happens. Tenmyoji can wear a catsuit if he wants, I agree. It's a red card, huh? Well, let's see if anything happens when I put it into the red slot. Would you look at that? Looks like he turned it on. Oh, there's us. So us, we are the only ones. Okay. Us, A, and B are all pairs consisting of 2 people. Us, A, and B. C, D, and E are solos consisting of a single person. C, D, and E. And they all have 3 points to start. First with the pairs A and B to the blank areas on the left under pair. Next, move the solo C, D, and E to the blank areas on the left under over solo. You can move them by sliding the letter icons. Pair and solo will be aligned vertically with the verses between them will face off against one another in the AB game. You can still move icons even after you place them. Once an opponent has been selected, the game will begin. Choose the vote for the us pair, either ally or betrayed. The results of your match will be displayed along with the results from the other teams. Correct number of people reach the target BP after playing 3 rounds. Oh, we have 3 rounds to do this. The game will be completed. The US is still like a betrayed. Terrible foreign politics. True. So 3 of them are gonna betray for sure, and 3 of them are gonna ally for sure. And 1 is a guaranteed mirror. And there's only... hold on. Three people. And there's 9 in total. So we need to figure out, like, which pairs are, like, guaranteed to pick ally or betray, because then they have, like, 2 out of 3, or... 906 collaborators. We must be the only ones, so it's past 9. Okay. Put them together. Team of 4. Why not? Mysterious Mirror Man. Like Illuso. Oh. Just gonna make a table. Make a table. What else can you do? How do I want to format this? 3x3, I suppose. S, A, B versus C, D, E. Oh, 6x6, so I can account for, who votes what against who. Okay. I can sense already this is gonna be a little annoying. But that's fine. I can deal with annoying. Been through enough of that already. We have to figure out, I think, the main goal is to determine which of these is Dio. And guarantee that that player doesn't escape. I think that's all to get us the secret file. Have all that. Okay. Multiple Dios. Oh god. Could you freeze for a hot second on that? Like, hold on. I mean, I can determine what happened from just looking at the totals, obviously, but like... Let me take some notes. Jesus. Yeah, okay, we don't have to worry about us, like our votes, but... A&A betrayed the rest allied. Thank you. A betrayed D. And E betrayed... D is almost dead. F for the D. E betrayed... Should be B. Or, yeah. E betrayed B. I'm assuming there's like specific rivalries. Although they might change based off of like if they're about to die. Sigma's supposed to have a really good memory. Oh well, I suppose it did say that they always will ally or always will betray. Sigma's supposed to have a really good memory. You're right. And yet I don't. Yet I'm not allowed to take advantage of that in this situation. Okay, but D allied with B. Or let me just put these in here all but one, because somehow yeah, everyone else allied, so we know that A's vote versus D was a betray. B's vote versus E was ally. He does canonically, but me though. C allied with us. D allied with A. Doesn't really matter what we did. Okay. So potentially B and D are the two of the people who betray. I'll swap things around, see what happens. Just do like that, and that should be all different. And I'll betray. Yeah, I'll ally again. That's what I meant to say. betray and betray. A and E betrays. A and E betrays. Yeah, so A betrays D. Oh yeah, the middle ones are the same. Duh. I'm full. E betrays us. Yeah, so they don't try to, you know, betray you just to preserve themselves, necessarily. Do we have these, or any of these already? A versus E, no. D versus us, no. Okay. A and E betray each other. Okay. I kind of forgot to take note of the other. These two betrayed, the rest allied. I just need to actually note that down. Okay, so B allied with C in this round. And C, conversely, allied with B. D allied with A. We have that. We have that. Right, because that one we'd already done. And then B, allied with C. Did I have that? Yeah, okay. This is the only, like, really new thing. Okay, so... I think I can say pretty conclusively that E is composed of two definite, like, always betrayers. A might be as well. I've tested them against D and E, so I'll try C. And B, have I matched them against D yet? No, I have not. And I haven't... I've set E against myself, but that's fine. So, A, E, and C betray in this round. Dear God. A, E, and C betrayed. What's this, Everything is wrong. E is a solo. Did I fuck that up somewhere? A, E, and C. Oh, E is a solo. Oh, I see what you're saying. Duh. Everything isn't wrong, well. Said was yeah, I sure as fuck did. Fool that I am. Could I, like, review this round? Please? Ugh. I totally didn't retain that information. A, E, and C. A and C betrayed, I remember, is this shape. We matched up, okay. A and C betrayed each other. Yeah, E betrayed us, we know about that already. Ha! Then... A has also betrayed in every single round so far. Okay, so that's the three betrayers. It's Team A and the single E player. C might be... Hold up. Let's match up against C again. That might be the Mirror Man. because they've been inconsistent so far. Yeah, it's a solo, so it would work. It would have to be a solo. So if we betray them instead this time, that'd be telling. As for the rest, I haven't matched up B against D yet. Yeah, okay. Write down what I've got matched up against each other just so I don't have to rack my brain. B and D, even though it just happens somehow. So this entire section of the board. Yeah, us, A, C, and E. I mean, not that us betraying matters. C betrayed us. Yeah, that's definitely the Mirror Man then. Thank you for keeping track. Yeah, so C is the imitator, and then A and E betrayed each other. Although we knew that much already. Meanwhile, B and D were friends. They love each other. Besties. Total besties. So B is two of the always. I mean, I guess it would have to be B and D because they're the only ones left. That makes sense. Okay. So yeah, the 2 players in B and the 1 player in D are the ally ones. The 2 players in A and the 1 in E are the betrayers. C is the copycat. It does not linger at all. Yeah, right, like... They said die. So... 1 victory condition is getting 6 people to 9 points. Best way to do that would be to let the, betrayer team just keep betraying. And then also we betray every time. And then... Yeah, put 2 allies together. Can we do that? No. I'm just gonna trash this round real fast first. Failure! In that case... Yeah, betrayer team, we want to get a ton of points. Versus someone we know will always... ally. Bless their souls. And we could put the always ally up against the copycat. Cause or yeah, over the course of 3 rounds. Cause if we match up against the copycat and just ally every single round, yeah, this is like, no, yeah, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Meanwhile, B and E, then there's gonna be too many people getting that shit. So we need to. Does this work? We're gonna get betrayed every single round if we match up against E, so we would just be out of the picture entirely. But E would get just fine. So that's 3 right here. Meanwhile, B and C are gonna be... Yeah, okay. Yeah, this'll work, this'll work, this'll work. If we ally every single round. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess we can change that shit between rounds, but it's easy to just do it this way. And the copycat against the ally team. Betrayer up against the... Yeah, I'll write this down real fast. Us. E, A, D. So if I need it again, you know. B, C equals first answer. Or it should anyway. Always ally. Although it might need to be exactly 9 points, so I actually probably want to betray this round. Then E's already there. Eh. Well, I'll see if it works. I'll see if it's literally just they need to get to the point that they can escape. And that's it. Or... A and E are the betrayers, and they're already at 9 points. So if we just put them against each other, then they'll be... Don't have to worry about it. Meanwhile... How many people need to escape? 6. 6 people need to get to 9 points. 3. And yeah, okay, so... B and C are the always... Or, B is the always ally, C is the copycat. So if they ally with each other, they're out of there. And, D... always allies. And currently is dead anyway. But yeah, if we, regardless of what we do, we're gonna end up with, A and E already have 9 points. That's 3 players. This is another 3 players. We're gonna get to... Yeah, this should work. I'm sorry, what? Strive for 9 with 6... Oh... Duh, 6 cooperators. Damn it. Of course, D always allies. They fucking died. True. So it's... all 3 pairs need to... Yeah. They all need to be the ones who get out. Okay. So... How do we do that? Probably want to betray twice, and then get matched up against the betrayer? Would that work? Because the stickler here is that there's the betrayer around. Get the word choice? Yeah. Yeah, 3 cooperators. Or 6 cooperators. Well, cooperators does imply... ally? Oh, wait. 6 cooperators. Well, that could either mean pairs or people who always vote for ally. Okay. I'm gonna try for getting us A and B to all 9 first. C, D, and E, A, E, we want A to at least get 3 points right now. Now I was gonna betray, so I want to match him up against D. You can go up against the copycat. I can just skip out on getting points this round. Should bring us all up to 6. Oh, right, now. Because B is only gonna get 2 points, but that's fine. That's all it needs. Now we need to go up against someone who is for sure gonna ally, so... Needs to be that, and then... We can't have anyone get betrayed, because that's just gonna fuck up everything. A and E against each other? Yeah. Have them skip out on this round. But then how would they escape? Because... How would A escape anyway? Because B and... A always betrays, that would leave them even at least. And P needs to succeed every single round. E is always going to betray. Can this work? D is always ally. A is always betray. E is the betray. I mean, it's gotta be then. It's gotta be that it's like 6 cooperators. Already cooperating with one more person in your pair? Yeah, that's where I'm getting the 6 cooperators from, because, 2, 4, 6. So, like, assuming that cooperators means pair and not people who pick ally. That means getting all 3 of them, which doesn't seem possible. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, there's no way to do that. Because you have to shuffle around the team that always betrays, because either they're gonna cause, like, no points or negative points. Yeah, in that case, it must be. Must be. So if it's the 6 people who will cooperate every single round, in that case, us and B makes up 4 people, and then C and D, oh, it's that simple. It's literally this easy. Just that easy, baby. I was overthinking it, as you do. Just as long as A and E are with each other, we're fine. Easy peasy. And then we need to be the only ones to get out. Huh, got it. Way to go. Good work. Hey, look, the screen changed color. So, would this be... Could this be? Should this be? I knew it. That looks like the password to the safe. And I think this is the escape password? We did it. This should get us into that safe. But back we go. None of the rest can escape. So... Best for us would be to just ruin other people's chances of escaping. Because as long as we betray anyone once... That's it, that's curtains. So we want to betray... Or let people get betrayed once. We want to betray T. Let's... I suppose we can have, C and B just go along with each other. Green is escape. Thank you. For some reason, I never remember. And then... It did say the only ones to escape, right? We don't have to actually get a, specific... Only ones to surpass 9. Cool. So in that case, we can... like ally for this round maybe, and then betray for the last round. Because what we want to do is make sure that C and B betrayed at some point in here. So we want to match up B with E. And C is the copycat. A and D. D is currently, yeah, if D betrays A, that's fine. Wait, I'm stupid. I mean, that works out just fine. That's still fine, but... foolish. We just need to make sure A doesn't get any more points. It might be bad because we need to get past 9 points maybe, but the game already has said a couple times you need to go past 9 points to escape, and it's like no, that's not how it works. So I think that might just be like some shit they keep fucking up. B and C ally with each other. It's fine. Yeah, that's fine. We got it. Nice one. Looks like this was the answer. This, that, words. Oh. There are different symbols now in different places. Easy peasy. The same safe we've seen in other rooms. That means we probably opened it in the same way too. We just need to plug in the password, right? Yeah. Why don't you give it a shot? That's it. Nope, I didn't remember that right. I literally just saw it right. It's to the left. Good job. You opened it. Huh. Well done. Hey yo, last one. This one I literally just wrote down so I don't have to open that shit, so can't claim credit for doing that shit without having to check. There's 2 more, okay. Yes, it's open. Okay then, let's see what's in here. First off, 2 star key cards. I knew you always go for that first. But I think there should be like another thing drawing your eye faster. We can use these to play the AB game as many times as we want. Now, hold on. Those keys are important, but look at this. Excelivir! The Radical 6 cure! Oh, thank goodness. I don't know what to say. Quark is going to be okay. Is he crying? Alright, let's get out of here. We need to get this stuff to Quark and Alice. If they don't get the star cards, they die probably. I mean, yeah, but like the order of events here. Yeah, you're right. This key should do the trick. Let's get moving. What about... And what about... It's fine. Probably. The door's locked. It says lock. Sure does. You guys ready? All set here. Go for it. I don't know that I'm ready, because we got some secret files to read through. Ooh. Minkowski space. What? A way of describing reality that adds a 4th dimension of time to the 3 dimensions of space. It was described by German mathematician Hermann Minkowski and therefore bears his name. It's also the name of a ski resort for miniature cows. I suppose so. Legomorph. The scientific name for the order to which rabbits belong, and 0/3's actual name. His actual name's Legomorph? Alright. Tenmyoji and Alice. When they were split up at the red, blue, and green chromatic doors, Tenmyoji told Alice that there was something he had to tell her. That something was, of course, his identity, and that he already knew all about Alice and Ice 9, and not because he'd heard it from Clover. Tenmyoji and Clover. After the second round of the AB game, after going through the purple and green doors, Clover as a solo was heard to say the following to Tenmyoji, her opponent. What the heck did you mean with all that? It's not fair. If you're telling the truth, then, So what had Tenmyoji said to her? Same thing he meant to say to Alice, of course. He told her who he was. That simple fact shook Clover's resolve and made her vote ally. It probably hadn't been his original intention to betray her, but after thinking about Quark's safety, he probably felt that he had no choice and picked betray. AB project. A can stand for after and B for before. Oh, like the Flores as well. But they can also stand for anima and body. Everything that happened in this facility was part of the AB project. After and before. Anima and body. I'm guessing that's like mind and like physical form. Since that's been a big thing. Mystery of Phi. So, who was Phi? There are a few clues scattered throughout the story, but nothing conclusive. Perhaps the truth will be revealed at the Nevada test site. Wasn't there something about she knows everything, or, something along those lines? Deactivation passwords. Here's a little something more about the bomb deactivation passwords. Those passwords, they aren't just gibberish. There's something hidden in each one. I can only give you one hit. +1. Ooh, an alphabet cipher. Or whatever that's called. Good luck! There's a lot more to the story, but I think we'll stop the secret archives here. Thank you for playing, and we hope you enjoyed the game. I sure as fuck did. Okay. So I'm assuming it's, you progress, you, like, add 1 to the letter and go from there. So LXA becomes M, Y, B, Q and S becomes R, O, T, GDQ becomes H, E, R. My brother. DQZ becomes C, R, A. RGJ becomes S, H, K. DXR is E, Y, S. My brother, Crash Keys. Sure. EQD is F, R, E. DYR is E. Y, Z? Yeah, Z. I was like, huh, Z doesn't seem right, that's an unusual number. Or number? Letter. Adding a number to the letter. Knowing the answer, it's crazy. Didn't read the files until after you beat the game. That's fair, but I like to read this shit as soon as I get it. So that's... that's the kind of person I am. My brother freezes. JK. Or R. I was looking at the wrong one. E, D by R, E, Z, S. And DK. O. U. L. I wonder what's for dinner. So true. My brother freezes soul. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough. L, X, Q becomes M, Y, R, LHC becomes M, I, D, Myrmidon, I'm assuming which is what's this gonna be. And NMR becomes O, and my brother, Crash Keys, freeze this whole Myrmidons. feel like there's something wrong here, but I know these are the passwords because it worked. I know there's like a typo in one, but I'm pretty sure I fixed that. Let me... Yeah, I see where I had the typo, and then where I... So... My brother, Crash, Keys, Freeze, Soul, Myrmidons. Don't know what to make of that. Okay. Think about that later. Go for it. All right. 3, 2, 3. Stop that! Jeez. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Fucking troublemakers. I love them.
Huh. It opened.
We should get back to the Flore warehouse then.
Hey, wait. Did you guys hear something? The screen's on! Crash Keys is supposed to sound like Kuroshiki. I suppose so! My brother, Kuroshiki, frees the soul. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it from like a Japanese pronunciation standpoint, freeze the soul sounds... Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. My brother, Kuroshiki, frees the soul, Myrmidons. Thank you! Thank you for having, like, I don't know if you did just now or, like, did in the past. Either way, very useful for me.
What?
You didn't hear it? Came from over there. Sounds like something turning on. See? I told you. The screen wasn't on before.
You're right. Guess it was set to turn on when we opened the door.
It looks like an authentication screen. I think we need to put in an ID and a password.
Yeah, but what?
I know. That was when I noticed the illustration. The lion is eating the sun. This is like the first time you've seen this on a login screen. The lion is eating the sun. The lion is eating the... Remember death. Yeah, if you see the login screen, remember the other times that you, the other timelines, I guess? Yeah, they've been around everywhere. The lion eating the sun. Oh, this is like how he remembers every other timeline in one go. Oh, of course. This was the real ninth lion. But if that was the case... The real ninth lion? Remember death. Other time was two-headed. Oh. Fair. So this is the real one because it's actually... Fair. If the ninth lion ate the... Oh, so there's like... 4 other pairs that ended up being... Okay. Anyway. Yep. If I could type the right thing. Loneliest goat sees the last sunset last. Is that? Is that an anagram for...
Sigma! Look!
You're...
Akane. Her name is Akane Kurashiki.
Yeah, I was thinking that. It would be much easier if they had keyboard support.
They've been looking for her for a very long time.
Oh, it's from Honestar Runner. Okay. Actually, I haven't seen what that one is from. He walked toward her. Slowly, carefully, almost as if he was afraid of scaring her away, he reached out.
She's a hologram.
Tenmyoji squeezed his eyes shut.
Akane.
He closed his hand around empty air and let it fall to his side. Oh, Junpei. There was a moment of sad silence, and then she began to speak.
I see you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Well, I suppose that's slightly inaccurate. What you see now is a holographic message I recorded before you came here. Unfortunately, this means I will not be able to answer your questions, at least not directly. I hope you will understand. Now, where to begin?
She's actually animated! Imagine getting trolled like this. You go to the fucking moon to follow this woman, she fucking lets herself die before talking to you. Real? So is Zero Santa? I feel like it couldn't be because they wouldn't want it to, like, be someone who you hadn't even met in the game at all. But also, I don't know. It'd be amazing if the same two people were, like, responsible for this shit all over again.
You probably have a great many questions. What day is it? Where are we? Who is Zero? And what does he have to do with Akane Kurashiki? But I imagine there is one question that rises above all the others. Why were we brought here?
Don't we all want to know?
The answer to that is simple. Everything that has happened here is part of our plan.
That's not an answer.
All of this was required for the success of the AB project. I assume you heard the name by now, at least. In any event, you were all needed in order to execute our plan. The Nonary game was necessary for the same reason. Your question now, I imagine, is just what is this AB project?
The Alphabet Project. They're making a new one.
The answer to that is also simple. Allow me to explain. We created the AB project for one purpose: to transport the consciousnesses of two people into the past. Those two people are you, Sigma, and you, Phi.
Oh, we're undoing the disease. We're undoing the pandemic. What do you mean, the past? They were from the future the entire time. The moment the words were out of my mouth, I realized no one there could answer the question. Not Phi, not Tenmyoji, and certainly not a pre-recorded hologram.
Have you figured out what this room is? I assume you saw the Q on the door. It stands for quantum.
I see.
That makes this the quantum room.
It took me a moment to realize she'd changed subjects without even pausing. There's nothing we could do, of course, but I still felt a twinge of frustration.
Take a look at the rear of the room. Do you see that large enclosure? That houses our quantum computer. The systems that control this entire facility run on that machine. That includes the construct you refer to as Zero Jr., as well as the golems. All of them do their thinking in that box. Isn't that strange, though? It seems contrary to how we perceive the world. The body, the thing that you see and interact with, is somewhere else. But the mind and all its thoughts are in this box.
Computers are weird, you're right.
Perhaps this isn't so strange, though. Perhaps humans are the same, with our minds and thoughts existing separate from our bodies. Our core is in our head, of course. We all have individual brains, think individual thoughts, and act according to individual wills.
You want to make a little Zero Junior best for your buddy? Please do. That'd be adorable.
That makes communication difficult, though. So, we're forced to rely on inefficient mediums, like language, photographs, nonverbal cues, etc., to transmit information. Each one of us is an individual, and we have no direct connection to anyone else. But is that really true? In the dimensions we are most familiar with, yes, it is. If we look at things Imagine a horizontal cross-section of the root system of a large tree.
So, this, where they don't know what they're building. Okay. They don't know that they're part of a big picture.
All you can see are the spots where the roots intersect the plane of your cross-section. In the 2 dimensions you see, the roots all appear to be individual things with no connection to one another. But this isn't the case. If you expand your view and look at the root system in 3 dimensions instead of only 2, you see the truth. All the roots join together at the trunk. In 2 dimensions, they appear to be separate. But if you look at the roots from a 3rd higher dimension, you see things that might appear to be separate from one another in 3 dimensions could be connected to one another if you look at them in 4 dimensions.
Yeah, I suppose so. You look at the ingredients of something before and after you bake it, they look separate. Afterwards, they look like entirely separate things. I don't know. Or an animal at different stages in its life. That's something that gets connected through 4th dimension of time. All about perception of the world? Yeah, true. Exactly.
Doesn't that at least seem like it could be a possibility? I believe that is how human consciousness actually works. Well, I'm not the only one, I suppose. Zero and I share that belief.
Morphogenetic field theory.
There it is! Tenmyoji mumbled something that sounded like nonsense. I opened my mouth to ask him what it meant, but Akane was already talking again.
Now, when I talk about a 4th dimension, I'm referring to the 4th dimension used in Minkowski space-time. Let's start with a single dimension, where all that exists is a point. Connect points to one another, and you have a line. In 1 dimension, the only surface you can create is that, a line. But move to 2 dimensions and create more lines, and you can create shapes. These are 2-dimensional surfaces. Move up to 3 dimensions, and you can connect these shapes to one another and form 3-dimensional objects. Now you have a 3-dimensional surface, which encompasses a volume of space. Connect 3-dimensional objects to one another, and you formed a 4-dimensional object, which encompasses a volume of both space and time. It is on that 4th dimensional axis that our minds are connected. If that was true, then what would prevent anyone from sending their consciousness backward or forward in time?
Yeah, this all seems perfectly rational.
That theory is the foundation of the AB project.
You have me convinced.
The A represents after, and the B represents before. It probably sounds silly to you, a ridiculous story made up by a mad old woman. But look at what's happened to you. You've seen many different worlds and timelines, haven't you, Sigma? And what about you, Phi? I know you have too. Am I wrong? Tenmyoji should know what I'm talking about as well.
She knows exactly who's here.
I believe you experienced something very similar nearly half a century ago.
Nearly half a century.
You sent your consciousness to the past to help save a little girl's life. It was a long time ago, but perhaps you still remember.
Yeah, of course I do. How can I forget? That little girl was you, Akane.
Suddenly it felt like Phi and I were outsiders, trespassing on something we had no right to see. Yeah, it's all for me now, the player. Tenmyoji's face was taunt with emotion as he looked into Akane's eyes. It seemed almost like she was looking back at him.
Now, unfortunately,
when we save her life again?
So come and find me. I'll be waiting. One last thing. The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead? Sigma, Phi. You will decide its fate.
Junpei has lost player privileges. True.
Goodbye.
Wait! Akane, wait!
Oh, Tenmyoji. I can almost see you. You don't need to worry. Everything is going to be okay. I will see you again one day. I promise. But I'm going to have to ask you to wait just a little longer.
Wait! Akane!
He did it again! He said the thing again! Was it even a cat, True? And then she was gone. Oh, we get a CG of him being distraught. Tenmyoji collapsed to his knees, his back hunched and shaking. I saw tears land on the white-knuckled fists he pressed against his thighs. Oh. I kept quiet. What was there to say? Pi and I looked at one another and nodded silently. With a shaking hand, Tenmyoji pulled a photograph out of his pocket. It was a picture of a girl. After all that we'd been through, her smile was enough to break your heart. Going to career slam Sable and leaves. Yeah. Can see it now. We made our way to the warehouse on floor A and met up with the others. It took only a few minutes to decide to head to the infirmary. Right, we still have to administer the cure. As soon as we arrived, we began to treat Alice and Quark for Radical 6. I gave Luna the Accelavir I'd found on the Q room. She quickly prepared it and... two of them. Injected Alice and Quark.
Thank goodness. It will take some time for them to recover completely, but they should be fine. Good.
Indeed.
Zydrate?
Thank you, Luna. And thanks for finding the medicine, you guys. Thank you so much.
Don't sweat it.
No need to thank us.
That would be unhealthy, I think, if I made that noise. Tenmyoji said nothing, just walked over to Quark's unconscious body. Took the small boy's hand into his own and held it tight. I could see tears at the corners of his eyes as he turned away from us. Suddenly I remembered. Dio. Where had he gone? It didn't take me long to find him. He's the one who got handcuffed this time. He was sprawled unconscious on the floor beneath the sink. Handcuffs?
Oh, we found those in the crew quarters. Before you returned, we went to check on the bomb in room 2, and we found them there. Of course, the bomb was indeed turned off. Thank you again for dealing with them. You are, quite literally, lifesavers. You have my eternal gratitude.
I coughed awkwardly and looked pointedly around the room. I glanced over at Phi to see that she was doing the same thing. Incredible. Fuck him up, though. After that, we headed back to the Floor A warehouse to play the AB game. Specifically me, Phi, Kay, and Luna. Clover and Tenmyoji decided to remain in the infirmary, just in case something happened with Alice, Quark, or Dio. Luna would represent Clover's team. With Quark and Dio sleeping, Kay would represent their team by default. Which left me, Phi, and Tenmyoji. You should vote.
No, I'll let you handle it. I chose Betray in the last round. You probably don't trust me right now.
What? That doesn't matter now.
Excuse me. I apologize for interrupting, but I think you should be the one to vote in the next round, Phi.
Why?
You already have 9 BP. There's no reason for you to choose Betray now. You see?
Hey, you're acting like I might actually try and betray her.
Not necessarily.
What does it matter what he's suggesting? We're almost there. We just have to play the AB game 3 more times. Then we can all get 9 points. But that means each representative has to choose ally all 3 times.
Okay, I'll vote. You sure you're alright with this, Sigma?
Yeah, I trust you. Do you? I handed her the star key.
Shall we open the doors?
Not sure I trust Kay, but we'll see.
An Ambidex gate has been opened. 45 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Oh, right. We have to wait for the deadline.
Oh, well, we could vote earlier, but then each voter would be stuck inside the AB room for 45 minutes.
Be a nice little break. Huh.
Okay, let's go back to the infirmary then.
I agree. Please, lead the way.
Luna and Kay set off toward the yellow door. I was about to follow when...
Hold on. I just remembered something. The AB
What?
room on the left, in one of the other histories, she...
Could take a nap, true? Oh, yeah. You're right. Connie's body was in there. What does this mean? Why didn't we find her body this time?
Maybe because she wasn't murdered.
Ooh. But how? When did history change? We changed the
Do you
past.
remember what Akane said?
The cat in the box. Is it alive or is it dead?
She's the cat in the box. I'm surprised he didn't start making cat puns.
Sigma, fine. You will decide its fate.
The Schrodinger's cat thing.
Exactly.
Schrodinger's? I wonder what she meant about us deciding its fate. She's always the cat, true.
Perhaps she was
Actually,
saying that
yeah,
her fate
that's
wasn't
very true.
decided Yet.
She was the cat in the first game as well. I was just making a cat girl joke, but... Huh?
The history where she's alive and the history where she's murdered are both real right now.
What? No, that's impossible. We've already opened the box. We opened the door to this AB room and there was no body.
No, we haven't opened the box. We haven't found a body. But we haven't found her alive yet either. In other words, we haven't actually observed her. The hologram was a recording from before this game started.
The next time we meet, I can tell you the rest of the story. So come and find me.
Yeah, this whole scene, I was like thinking of it as if Tenmyoji knew she was dead already.
I'll be waiting.
Where was Akane now? Where was she waiting for us? Or what if she wasn't anywhere now? What if she was waiting for us in another timeline? Or what if she was waiting for us in the past? Was that even possible? If she was, what would that mean? Ooh. Oh? That wasn't the last timeline? New destination has been added to the flowchart. Thank you for the hydrate, hello? And the stretch. And the posture check. Oh, God. And what if the game never happened? What if this never happened? Ugh. Ugh. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Damn it. Feels like my head's gonna explode. Wait. Where the hell am I? Wonder if I will remember Sigma in this timeline, or if this will be the one where she hasn't met him yet. Looks like an elevator, but...
No, this is one of the AB rooms.
Ah, no, she knows. Gah! Who the hell are you? And what the hell's an AV room?
Damn, I guess you did lose your memory after all.
Good job, Sigma. Memory? Memory. Remember death. He's back. For better or worse. I remember. You're fine. Took him a second, yeah. She grinned. When is this?
Check your bracelet.
It's a red pair. BP is 3.
Mine's the same.
Does this mean this is the beginning of the game? We've gone back to when we first woke up in the AB room. You weren't red, were you?
No, not quite. I think we woke up a little earlier this time.
How do you know?
Push the buttons on the side of your bracelet.
How do you know? No. How do you know? They were? Fuck, it's been a while. 2 hours. 15 minutes.
We didn't wake up this long before the primary doors opened last time. I think we're about an hour early.
Wait a minute. If you're right...
Yeah, Akane might still be alive. We got back before Dio killed her. I think. Right.
Then...
We're here for one reason.
Dialogue. To stop her from getting killed.
Exactly.
Let's move. We need to get out of here fast. They just quickly also, like, after setting her, make guides for all of the puzzle rooms, and I was like, okay, here's your solution, let's speedrun this, we all have to pick ally, or else I will kill you anyway.
Don't need to tell me twice. Let's go.
Alright. Let's just go straight back to what we already know. We don't need to look there. This is our past, remember? That means we're just repeating history. You see what I'm getting at? Oh, depth. Password for the safe should be the same one we got earlier. Exactly. Now hurry up and open it. Start solving puzzle again? Yep, me too. Just use the power of aluminum foil. Oh, yeah, actually, I forgot about that. I was like, I can just speedrun the puzzle. Yeah, no. The elevator to get out would be in... Okay. That. You need to remember the password for the safe. We figured it out last time. There, it's open. Good work. Hurry up and grab the cracker. Cracker? Damn, I meant key. How the hell? Just shut up and do it. Enter the green note to troll. Ooh, fuck, I should have. I should have. What up. Just be funny, just be troll. LMAO? Okay, I opened it. No, that's the wrong password. We need the other one to get the key. Was it sun, star, sun, or, star, sun, star? Yeah, I figured taking the key might progress the, timeline. Magic! I would say so. Where actually was the... Alright, just put the key in here. For God's sake, just do it already. No need to yell. Alright. Good. Looks like that worked. Ready, Fi? Saw a file in there in the future from here. Oh yeah, actually. That's a good point. We haven't taken that out yet, so... What do you think? I know. I don't need to ask every time, right? Then why the hell are you asking? Hurry up and... Right. I'm going. 10, 9, 8, 1, done! Hey, you pushed the button. Bite me! You were taking too long. We're on a schedule here. Ugh. Bite me. I love her. Found it light, true. Easy mode. Fi and I climbed up through the hatch and out onto the top of the AB room. It took us only a moment to spot them. Akane! Behind her was Dio. He was moving quickly and quietly, a knife glinting in his right hand. Shit! Don't have for Sigma would do it. He really would do that. There's no time to yell to her. I scrambled down from the top of the AB room. Fi wasn't following me. When I looked back, she was still standing on the roof. Fi, what the hell are you doing? Get down here and... Before I could finish, she moved. She ran across the roof, launched herself into the air. Yo! I'm surprised he didn't, like, turn around. When he, like, said something. What the?
He's fine, just unconscious.
I bent down and held my fingers in front of his mouth. He was still breathing.
I don't think he saw me. He probably has no idea what happened to him.
Guy went down like a sack of potatoes.
He had it coming.
True. I heard footsteps come to a stop right in front of us. Super legs, true. Her legs are cybernetic. Confirmed. I looked it up.
So you came. I've been waiting for you. You're here to hear the rest, right?
Wait. Just wait a minute. What the hell is your deal? How can you be so calm? If we hadn't shown up just now, you'd...
Have been stabbed in the heart by this young man and died. Yes.
So you came to a music group.
Although, that reminds me, I haven't thanked you yet. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate you saving me.
That... what?
Hold on. How do you know about being stabbed by Dio? Are you an Esper too?
Yes, indeed I am. I am able to jump through time, just like you.
Then what the hell were you thinking? If you knew he was going to stab you, why were you going to let him do it?
Because I had to.
You what?
Think back. Why are you here? If I hadn't been killed by Dio, no one else would have been murdered. Consequently, your own abilities would never have manifested. I did explain, didn't I? The purpose of the AB project was to send the two of you to the past. Or your minds, at least. In order for that to happen, some death was necessary.
Some temporary death.
When a human brain is faced with danger, its processing speed increases. Information is processed more quickly, and time almost seems to slow. A few seconds can feel like an eternity. Unfortunately, that in itself isn't enough to send oneself through time.
If only.
The amplitude of the consciousness is simply too small. In order to increase the amplitude, we need to slow down the brain before the increase happens. It's a little like a slingshot.
Oh, I see what she says with that. What she's saying with the amplitude then.
You pull back on the rubber band and then let go. The potential energy you stored in the band is released and converted into kinetic energy. That's what fires the bullet out of the slingshot. Now, while a slingshot can only fire in one direction, your mind isn't similarly limited. When the bullet of your consciousness is fired from the slingshot of your brain, it travels past the three-dimensional world and into the four-dimensional one. From that perspective, time is no longer fixed. In other words, you can travel to the future, the past, whenever you like.
Pretty sure you can point a slingshot wherever, true.
Your consciousness has been released from the three-dimensional cage. In order for that to happen, I had to infect you with Radical 6.
Kind of forgot about that part. Whoa, what?
We're infected with Radical 6?
Yes. Don't you remember, Sigma? Luna should have told you about it in another timeline.
Are you sure? Infecting all of these people with such a horrible disease?
Oh, right, you did say all of them.
Every single one of you has been infected. Well, apart from Luna, of course. Unfortunately, it was necessary. We needed to slow your minds in order to store up your potential energy. Then we provided a dire situation that would accelerate your processing speed. The result is what you are now experiencing. Your consciousness now occupies four-dimensional space-time. Even that, however, wasn't enough.
Yeah?
You had the ability to travel, but your memories could easily be lost during the trip. If the project was to succeed, you had to be able to retain everything you learned in each reality. That was the reason you were forced to jump so many times. With each jump, your ability to remember improved. Eventually, you would be able to retain everything. That is why we made you play the A-B game. That was why you had to select different chromatic doors. By forcing specific choices, we could cause you to make more jumps.
I see. Okay. I kind of get it. I get it. I think I finally understand. Well, okay, there are a lot of things that I don't understand, but all of what you just told me makes sense. You did all of this so that Fi and I could jump through four-dimensional space with our memories intact. Right?
Yes.
But why did you need us to do that? People have died for this. I mean, let's count how many different ways people died. Murder, antimatter explosion, suicide. I've died, so has Fi. So has you. So has you. So why would you do all this? What does it matter that Fi and I jumped through time?
Haven't I told you? Death was unavoidable. You are all destined to die. Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Little fucked up. I already know all that. What I'm asking you is why? What is so goddamn important that's worth all this?
Ah, I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually.
What? Just when is eventually?
In a future not very far from now.
Told Sigma to Memento Mori, true? Bullshit. That's not good enough. Why can't you tell us now? Instead of answering, Akane knelt down next to Dio and picked his knife up the floor.
I'm going to keep this with me.
Don't change the subject.
But it's almost time.
What are you talking about? We've got plenty of time.
No. In a few moments, you'll return to the original timeline.
What? Oh, let's try to slingshot.
This is the way it has to be.
I mean, not really how it works, but you know.
Don't fight it. Lagomorph.
Yes.
Lagomorph?
You call him Zero Jr. His official designation is Logomorph. Logomorph, this is an order. Unlock my bracelet.
Compliance.
Compliance. He is also my boy, but it's kind of weird to see him in this state where he's just kind of
Everything is in place.
zero personality robot.
I have put the bracelet onto Dio. All we have to do is place his body in the 5th AB room, the second one from the right.
That's the one Quark is in, right?
Correct. I will move him. I will also put your bodies back into the 3rd AB room. Once that's done, I will reset its puzzle to an unsolved state.
Zero personality, true. I didn't even try and do that. Why do you need to do all that?
To recreate the history that you remember. Your consciousness is about to leave your body and return to the future.
Zero Jr. doesn't play silly with his mom, true.
Your body will be emptied, and your other consciousness
He's a very
will
good boy.
jump back in. If your bodies aren't back in the 3rd AB room by then, it would be bad.
So you're saying some version of us is going to wake up in that room and repeat the same history again? Well, I guess this could actually be our 2nd or 3rd time.
You are exactly correct. Lastly, I'm going to leave this with you.
Oh wait, hold on. I was just thinking like, well, even if he doesn't want to disrespect her, he still doesn't like have fun with it like he usually does. He's not like... I don't know what he would say. He is very random lol XD energy. But like, I was expecting a sillier way of saying like, yeah, sure thing, than just compliance. But I think I know what's going on here. She asked him to be like totally compliant with her and like, you know, follow her orders. And so he acts like a robot. I think it's probably meant to be just like he, you know, is like totally like whatever you'd even phrase it as, like, well, compliant with her and doesn't like be silly. But I like this idea better. Where he's just like, okay, compliance. Is that good enough for you? She paused and pulled something out of her pocket. It was a small key attached to a string. Obedient. That is the word I was looking for.
I'll tie it onto your ankle so that you won't lose it. All right, Sigma?
What's it say on there?
Tu fui ego eris.
We've heard that before, haven't we?
It's Latin. It means, what you are, I was.
Shit! Like, this is a very serious conversation, no joking. Yeah. Almost onto, like, malicious compliance levels in response to that.
What I am, you will be.
I see. I see.
Yes.
What am I supposed to do with it?
It will help you meet someone who's very important.
What?
Go. Return to the future.
Back to the Future. Wow!
You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you. Now hurry.
Wait, I still... Remember when I saw that key. There's a key that there's a keyhole that I couldn't actually do anything with. Where was that? Where is it? Also, why was that to be continued when... it's fine. Where was that? I know I've seen it. I know there was something we couldn't unlock. Ooh. AB game, round 3 ally.
Oh, looks like you're awake.
You're finally awake. Right above you is continued as separate. Is this the infirmary?
Why are we here?
Do you know what happened at the AB gate?
Above the pin. I mean, this is continued. I see. I'm saying like, why did it say to be continued here? Because I was assuming that this was going to continue like the other ones where it was actually connected. But I guess this is all considered one continuous. Like I was assuming we would go through this little section and then this part down here would get another branch, and it kind of does. But
Kay and I went back to the infirmary, but
We waited and waited, and the two of you never returned.
so we went to the warehouse to check on you.
We found you passed out in front of the AB rooms.
Kay and I hurried back here with you.
I looked over at Vi and met her eyes. Yeah, I guess since this is the same timeline as, like, we just left earlier. Do you remember what happened just now?
You mean what happened a long time ago?
Yeah, you got him pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I remember all right.
Yeah, I'm just too used to seeing the to be continued when it's not going to be continued right away.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
Quark!
What am I? Chopped liver?
Back
Alice!
among the conscious and not psychotic, huh?
Yeah, thanks.
Grandpa told me what you did. Thanks for finding the medicine for us.
No problem. All in a day's work. Although,
Really grabbing at straws here, aren't you? Not really my point.
Whatever. Forget about that. Now that you guys are awake, all we gotta do is open the number 9 door.
What
Huh?
are you talking about?
Look at your bracelet.
it says 10. I have 10 BP.
I've got 15 BP? That means I got 6 more points while I was out.
But how?
You've been asleep for more than 2 hours. We've played the AB game 3 times.
We just got to skip past right all that shit. This part where that hat to the full? Possibly. 3 times.
Of course, the color and group assignments were shuffled around each time. But no matter who voted, everyone chose Ally. And now all of us have enough to leave.
Gonna bring Dio? I was stunned. How had everyone cooperated long enough to raise all our BP past 9? Was it because Akane hadn't been killed? Without a death that started things off, maybe we've been less suspicious of one another. Or could the bombs have had something to do with it? We'd all joined forces against Dio, and Vi and I had been able to disarm all of them. All of us had banded together against a common enemy and overcome a tremendous threat. Perhaps that had strengthened our bond. Which I had to admit would be somewhat ironic. After all, Dio had planted the bombs that forced us all to work together against him. That must have been what Akane was talking about.
Haven't I told you death was unavoidable? Sacrifices had to be made for the sake of the project.
Come on, let's go! Let's open the door and get out of here!
Wait. What about him? After some discussion, we decided to leave Dio behind. Alice was the only holdout. She'd complained about wanting to take him back to her superiors, but after I'd mentioned they'd come back to investigate after we escaped and deal with Dio then, she reluctantly complied.
Alright, let's get going.
Just imagining him waking up just all alone in there, yelling for someone to come back. No idea they all left. Take his hat with you, true. Okay, but the key does have a good hat. True. Gonna starve to death, yeah. Everybody ready? I'm gonna open it.
Yes, just get on with it.
Everyone else swallowed and nodded. I grabbed the lever and pulled it down. He's gonna just like come racing in here with the sink still attached. You gonna wait for the entire thing to open before leaving? And this?
The number 9 door has been opened. It will remain open for 9 seconds.
Akane stands on the other side of the shotgun. That's the point of the key. Clearly, we have to use it to somehow jam the shotgun, which definitely would work. Because that's how guns work. And then... Alright, everybody, let's move. I didn't need to tell them twice. The room inside was clearly a loading elevator. It looked like it looked sort of like a large plate on top of a huge pedestal. Just put your finger in the barrel. Yeah, it'll stop the bullet. We ran to the center of the plate and turned around. The number 9 door stood wide open.
2, 1, 0. The number 9 door is closing.
We're gonna lock Akane in there with Geo? I mean, obviously she can leave. Of all people, she has the ability to leave very easily. But it's still like... It's the principle of it.
The number 9 door has closed. This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation.
Who says she didn't already leave? Fair point.
As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been unlocked.
We never really solved the problem of like, Hey is Sigma. Kane's gonna get some revenge first before leaving. True. She did take the knife, actually. Do you remember all the times he's happy? He's just like, what? No! What the fuck are you talking about? And then gets stabbed.
Looks like we did it.
Yes, we should keep moving.
Beyond the door was a wide hallway that ended in a very solid wall. To the left, we found a very familiar-looking door. Pushed it open and went in. The pressure exchange chamber.
You know what this place is?
Yeah, sort of. This whole facility is pressurized, apparently. Dio is an Esper. No way Dio is an Esper. His brain isn't capable enough. True. I think the idea is to keep the air outside and consequently the virus from getting inside. That means that if we want to go out, we have to decompress so we match the outside air pressure. Dio wakes up in the AB room and is like, oh, well, okay, I guess I'm in the AB game somehow. Yeah, right? Like, that worked out somehow, I guess. Just blacked out and assumed that he must have stabbed her. This room here is where you prepare for going into the actual pressure exchange room. You see all those suits along the wall? I figure we need to put those on and head to the decompression room downstairs.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. You're saying the air outside is full of that horrible virus?
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Of course, according to Akane, we were already infected with Radical 6, so the whole room seemed a little pointless.
Why? How did all this happen?
Did they...
No, that's not possible.
We've come this far. We can't turn back now. Let's go outside. There's no way to know what's really going on until we do.
All right.
No one else objected. We all donned the protective suits and headed downstairs to the decompression room. Has Zero Jr. to keep him company till the end, Drew? The best company! Zero Jr. would want to hang out with Dio just to make fun of him. As soon as we were all inside, the process began. I'm glad we were all on the same wavelength here. Through my helmet, I could hear the soft hiss of air being sucked out of the room. We stood there for several minutes, waiting for the process to finish. At last it did, and we heard the door begin to open. I guess true. Beyond it was another decompression chamber. We repeated the process 2 more times before we reached the final door and opened it. The dead, bleak landscape wasn't a surprise for me. I'd seen it before in another timeline. The others hadn't, however, and although I couldn't see their faces through the visors of their helmets, I heard more than a few gasps over the radio. For a few long moments, we just stood there, astonished.
Where the hell are we?
The desert, I guess?
I figured that out. I mean, which one?
Who knows?
I don't know, but I think I know what day it is.
Hmm?
Look at the moon. It's red, right? That means today's the total lunar eclipse.
Yay, I love lunar eclipse.
So?
Remember the astronomy magazine in the lounge? Well, the next eclipse like this was gonna be on December 31st, 2028. So...
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. Are you suggesting we were sleeping for a week after we were abducted?
A little more than that, buddy.
I think so.
Wherever we were must have been far away from any city. The air was clearer than I'd ever seen it. And the stars, the sky was full of them. More stars than I'd ever seen in my life. I could even spot the hazy arm of the Milky Way. But the most striking feature was the moon. It was blood red and massive. Much bigger, in fact, than I remembered it being. Huh? Then as I watched, a black spot began to move across its surface. It was hard to see details, but it looked circular. The spot continued to move across the moon, heading for the right edge. What's that?
The moon. Well, the moon's shadow, actually.
The moon's shadow? I frowned. That didn't make any sense.
Zero told me to stay quiet.
Boop.
I think he was worried I'd spill the beans on his operation. He said if I didn't toe the line, he wouldn't just kill me. He'd kill Quark, too. And I agreed, like an idiot, and brought Quark with me.
Ugh.
Just so I could see her.
Didn't work out well for you in, like, any timeline. This one better than most, because you at least got to see her as a hologram and she lived. But, like...
Such an idiot. So, that being the case, might as well start with this. I meant what I said before. That up there is the moon's shadow.
What the hell are you saying?
Think about it. If that's the moon's shadow, then what's it falling on?
That's Earth?
Yeah. It's not the red moon you get from a lunar eclipse. And again, this isn't a lunar eclipse. It's a solar eclipse.
Oops. That's no moon.
Anybody in the black spot down there is looking up at the moon, covering the sun.
What? No. No way. If that's the Earth, then where the hell are we?
The moon, of course. This is the lunar surface. We were just inside a moon base.
No way. No. You've gotta be lying. How do you expect us to believe that? This can't be the moon.
Yeah, that's pretty ridiculous. Besides, if this was the moon, how do you explain the gravity? The moon only has 1/6 of the Earth's gravity. So what's this?
She picked up a rock and dropped it.
See? That looked perfectly normal.
Or Or so you think.
Looked that way.
Luna?
You were right about the gravity in a way. I was one of the people who knew this wasn't Earth. Well, I suppose I'm not people, if we're being honest, but
You count as people.
Excuse me? What?
please just listen. Alice, you were infected with Radical 6.
I see.
Then we gave you the Excelavir, which cured you. The Radical 6 isn't completely gone, though. Some of its symptoms stick around for a while.
You're still people, Luna. There's this unloaded battery percent. Yeah, so processing speed is slow. So wouldn't that? So if everything, oh, because everything seems to be happening faster than it actually is. I see.
What symptoms?
Well, Radical 6 can slow down your brain's processing speed by the root of 1/6. It can take a while for your brain to get back up to speed. Every one of us has been infected.
Does it take the root of 1/6 amount of time for, or whatever equivalent for things to fall? Okay, but it's fine.
In other words, all of our brains have been processing information at a much lower speed. If you evaluated the root of 1/6, you'll get a number close to 0.408. That means our brains are running at something slightly less than half speed.
This entire time, they've just been going like, actually, our brains are actually functioning at like half the speed.
The time that it takes for an object to fall is inversely proportional to the square root of the gravitational acceleration. Since the gravity is lower on the moon, that means the time increases. I guess that's a little technical. Let me give you an example. Say you drop an apple from a height of 4.9 meters. It will take approximately 1 on the moon, however. That time would be 1 second times root 6, which would be approximately 2.45 seconds. I used 4.9 meters because it matches up with the acceleration of gravity nicely, but it could be anything.
Luna was watching everyone wandering the base in slow-mo. Yeah, and she was also doing a perfect job of keeping up with that.
The gravity constant
If you can
is,
even call it keeping up.
a constant. You could drop something from 10 centimeters or 10 meters and it would be the same. Does that make sense? So now we've established that on the moon, things fall root 6 times slower than they do on Earth.
Things fall root 6 times slower than they do on the Earth. Does that make sense?
That being the case, what would happen if someone's brain slowed down by root 1/6? To them, 2.45 seconds would feel like 1 second. 4.9 seconds would feel like 2. But it's not hypothetical. That's what's been happening to every one of us.
Wait, you're saying that's the reason we didn't notice the weaker gravity?
Are you sure you didn't notice anything? Think back.
Huh?
You and Sigmund Phi said something about it in the lounge. About how you felt weird.
It's kind of like my body isn't really mine.
Ah,
I'm sort of floating. Like that?
that may also be why she was able to jump so high. Or something, I don't know. It seemed insane, but what Luna said made sense. In fact, it explained Phi's apparently superhuman strength quite well. There it is. I love this compilation here.
Wait, this is crazy. That can't possibly be Earth out there.
She does have super legs, I agree.
Look at it. I've seen photos of Earth and it's blue and green and beautiful. That thing is just red.
Before we get into that, I should probably tell you something. This isn't New Year's Eve in 2028.
Oops.
Today is January 27th.
In 29.
No.
Don't tell me. 30?
Still no.
Then just what year is this?
It's 74.
Oops. No, that's insane. That would mean we were abducted more than 45 years ago.
I don't blame you if you don't believe me, but it's the truth.
How can you be sure?
It's not that hard. Quark and I left Earth on January 23rd, 2074. Solar eclipses are easy to predict. We've known that there'd be one on the 27th for a long time. That's just science. Nobody can change that.
But why is the Earth red?
That's a long story. About 45 years ago, on April 13th, 2029, there were 18 annihilation reactors operating in various parts of the world. On the 13th, all 18 of them went up, all at the same time.
Oops.
The explosion was about 180,000 times as powerful as the atom bomb they dropped on Hiroshima.
What? Why?
I suppose it started a few months before that. The government had a test site for a future Mars mission out in the middle of Nevada. On December 31st, 2028, there was an accident.
An accident, he says.
Accident doesn't quite convey the right sense of the thing. The point is, Radical 6 claimed its first victims there, then escaped. Didn't take long for it to spread to the rest of the world. Like Luna explained, the virus slows your brain down, but eventually, it also makes you kill yourself. Pretty soon, the bodies started to pile up. Some people would take a dive off a building or shoot themselves in the head. You know, the classics.
Yeah, by the way, Earth is a nuclear fallout times. Just, by the way. Side note.
But for some, it was poison, or fire, or asphyxiation, or the noose. Plenty of people jumped in front of trains or cars. One pilot on a passenger airline drove his plane into the ground. Most forms of transportation ground to a halt pretty fast. That meant food couldn't get distributed, and thousands of people who weren't even infected died from starvation. Everywhere you went, there were just piles of corpses, covered in flies and rats and crows. I don't know what hell's like, but I imagine it's a lot like that. After a while, people who managed to avoid getting infected started trying to get in touch with one another. They got a hold of some radios and organized a couple meetings. There was only one thing to discuss, of course. How could they get rid of Radical 6? The answer, they decided, was purification. They figured they could just roast the surface of the Earth and that'd kill the virus off for good.
I suppose it'd work. Yeah, this hits weird with COVID. Definitely.
On April 13th in 2029, they put their plan into effect.
Mark your calendars.
That plan was to detonate all 18 annihilation reactors. Now the truth is, that's mostly
I'm
just
so gay, you're right.
nobody
Yeah.
knows what happened.
I wasn't sure if I should say it, but it is. But welcome, welcome. The 20th anniversary of Pump's like, shit, you're right. Oh no.
But I've got my own theories. I think that the bombers had already been infected, and when they died, they took billions with them. The ultimate if I die, you're coming with me gesture, I suppose. I bet you money they all lost it long before they got to the reactors, killing most of the world. No matter how bad things had gotten, it was not a sane plan, even if it wasn't directly responsible. Radical 6 killed most of the people on Earth. Anyway, why it happened isn't that important. The point is, it happened.
Yeah, okay. That's, I mean, we knew a lot of that, but
Winner? Well, that's basically what we got. The explosions threw a ton of crap up into the stratosphere, where it joined up with smoke and ash from all the fires. It blotted out the sun for 7 years. Plants withered and animals died by the millions. The few humans who were left banded together to survive. They were rough times. Eventually, they were over, though. The sky cleared and the sun came back.
how do you like that, Temioji? You managed to survive despite overwhelmingly bad odds and got stuck in another Nonary game.
Plants started blooming again, and the animals that hadn't died out completely began to reappear.
And good luck. Good luck for you. Cause Akane's there this time again, and you have to see her die in like 8 different timelines. So
Things weren't quite back to normal, though. It's been 45 years now, but there's still quite a bit of dust and ash in the air.
Yeah.
That's what you're seeing. You know why a sunset's red? Well, this is the same thing. Blue and green light have short wavelengths, and they scatter when they run into debris in the air. Red light, on the other hand, has a longer wavelength, which means it'll get a lot farther when the air's dirty. So there you are. The Earth looks red because that's the only color of light that can make it through the atmosphere.
Ominous. I was speechless. What could I possibly say? There's no reason for Tenmyoji to lie to us. So we were standing on the moon, looking at the Earth. It was 2074, but why? Why were we there? Why were we then? Gonna need a couple more revelations to figure that much out. I was so lost and thought I'd barely noticed Spy's approach.
Hey, Sigma,
Back into the moon base and kick Dio out. True.
I think I figured something out.
A window popped up on the inside of my helmet with Whisper in the corner. She seemed to be using a circuit only we could hear. Yeah? What is it?
I figured out why there's an extra E.
An extra E? Oh, you mean the graffiti?
Yeah, the one on floor B. I think it's an anagram, just like on floor A.
I mean, we knew that part a long time ago, but continue. What's Anna say this time?
God damn it, Sigma.
That's actually...
Knock it off.
Memento mori.
I was
Lion ate the sun.
That caught me off guard completely. So stupid.
If you rearrange the letters, you get... The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
Ah, the man on the moon rules the infinite time.
See? You need 6 E's to get that. So they stuck an extra one in 9th.
The man on the moon rules the infinite time.
I think it's a message for us from Zero Senior and Akane. Remember what she was telling us?
We created the AV project for one purpose.
So we have the power to go back into the past and also change everything and make it so that we all were actually put into, or like get back to before we even got frozen or whatever. The melodrama, yeah.
To transport the consciousnesses of 2 people into the past.
Also sounds like nonsense for an anagram. Also true.
You, Sigma, and you.
So, what are you getting at?
My god, you're slow.
It's the Radical Six.
You don't get it? They're saying we rule the infinite time. Infinite time. They weren't just talking about having us jump a couple hours. I think they're planning to send us back. Way back.
We're gonna see dinosaurs! Wait a minute. Are you saying you think they're gonna send us back 45 years?
Yeah. I'd bet on it.
Did you only figure this out now? So the ultimate purpose of the AV project is to send us back in time to that catastrophe Tenmyoji was talking about?
I think so.
That doesn't make sense, though. Kind of want to get a 9th Lion Eats the Sun bracelet tattoo. Honestly, that fuck. I mean, we came from that same time period. Before it, actually. So why bring us here and then send us back?
Well, Akane should be able to tell us the rest.
Because you can be sent back because you were there at that time and have bodies to inhabit.
Let's go pay her a visit.
Do you know where she is?
I've got an idea. Come on, think. Remember what she said when she gave you the key?
Tu fui ego eris.
The grave! The one in the garden. That's where we heard it before. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. That's the one, that's the one. That's what I was thinking of. That's the one I couldn't fucking place. The keyhole.
Well, come on, what are you waiting for? Let's go.
Why are you guys going back into the place? We turned and ran back into the pressure exchange chamber, the others following close behind.
What are you doing? Did you forget something?
Yeah, my keys. We're going to go have a talk with somebody.
Who?
I would think that there is an obvious conclusion here, and it would be incorrect, Dio, but... Peacock Dawson, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good time. You really need me to spell it out? The person behind all this.
You mean Akane?
What?
I'll take that as a yes. Let me accompany you then.
You know already.
Wait, why do you know about Akane?
I'll tell you when we get there. Now, if you please. I'm coming with you. You folks just said the magic word.
I'm going to then.
So am I.
Hey, is this Akane you're talking about?
Yeah, you know her real well.
Wait, you're serious? What the hell is going on?
Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? Shut up! Just shut up. Come if you want to. We don't need to do a roll call. Once we get there, Akane can explain everything. With that, we headed back through the airlock. Okay. Long elevator ride. Thanks for the hydrate, Ella. Yeah. The number 9 door opens only once, but also the game's over, so all the rules don't really apply. But also, I think the idea is that they can open it from the other side and it's just fine.
Oh, clever. The number 9 door on floor A is shut forever once the game ends. Assuming Zero Jr. was telling the truth, of course. But the door on floor B...
Yeah. Thought we might be able to take the lift to it. And it looks like I was right.
Never mind.
Any idea where Akane might be?
Yeah, the grave.
You mean the grave in the garden?
Yeah, don't worry. Oh, she's just imitating what happened with her... well... It's about to say your brother. Whoever's brother. Snake. Her good friend Snake. I don't think she's buried there or anything. Chances are she's alive. Just in the grave. Anyway, let's move. To the garden. Yeah, escape is impossible for them unless people come back and figure that shit out. Why would they? Unless... Let's just sit down for a bit. We've been through a lot. This place is relaxing. No, straight to business.
Is Akane really under here?
I think so.
What should we do? Are we gonna dig her out?
No, I don't think we'll have to do anything like that. This game is art, yeah. You see the keyhole on the grave? If I just insert this here. I pulled the key off my ankle and fitted it into the hole. I twisted it to the right until I heard something unlock. The quiet grinding, the grave began to shift. Oh!
What is this?
It doesn't look like a coffin.
Yeah, it's a treatment pod.
Oh my god.
It is, isn't it?
The glass on the cover had frosted over, making it opaque. We couldn't see who or what was in it.
Let's see what's inside.
She grabbed a hold of the lever on the side of the pod.
No good. I think it's locked.
What?
Treatment pod TP00. Stage 1. Defrosting complete.
Unboxing video. Is this?
Stage 2 will be complete in 10 minutes.
She wouldn't have frozen herself for like a couple hours worth of time.
Once stage 2 is complete, the lock will automatically disengage.
Right, cold sleep.
What?
These pods can put people into cold sleep. Uses something called CAS to freeze human bodies without destroying their cells.
So, Ms. Akane's like an ice cube?
I think so.
Then we gotta wait till she melts?
Yeah.
So how about you tell us your story while we wait, Kay? Specifically, why do you know Akane?
I remembered.
Several hours time roots. Oh, that's a good point.
What do you remember?
Everything. I was born and raised in this facility. It's called Rhizome 9. A rhizome is an underground plant stem that spreads by sending out roots. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? This facility is a little like a rhizome. Supposedly, that's why they call these installations that. The number comes from the facility's number. There are 54 rhizomes on the moon, and this is the 9th one.
The 9th one.
Well,
huh?
I suppose the other ones don't really matter to you, do they? In any event, I grew up here with Akane and Zero Senior. I watched them create the AB Project.
The AB Project?
Yes. Its purpose is to send Phi and Sigma, or their consciousnesses at least, to the past.
Back 45 years, right?
Yes.
So, you want us to change history, huh? Go back and keep Radical 6 from getting out, and stop the reactors from exploding. That's our mission?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean?
It's true that the ultimate goal of the project is to keep Radical 6 from spreading to the general population. But even if you do make it back, you won't be able to do much. By now, it's already too late.
Too late?
What do you mean?
Let me begin at the beginning. You might be thinking that Zero Senior and Akane were the ones who created all this, but that's not entirely correct. They only followed the histories they'd already seen. It was the only choice they had. Nothing less than the future of mankind is at stake. We need the two of you to jump through timelines while maintaining your memories. That is why you had to play the AB game, and why the chromatic doors were necessary. By forcing multiple options, you could make numerous jumps.
The others are all just like, what the fuck is going on?
We
What's a
speculated
jump?
that jumping more would strengthen your memories. The puzzles were also there for a purpose. Some theories hold that a moment of insight when you solve a puzzle strengthens your connection to the fourth dimension. That was the reason for the puzzles. Your infection with Radical 6 was also a vital part of our plan. By slowing down your brain's processing speed, we can store your potential. With that energy stored up, we just had to provide a life-or-death situation to launch your consciousness into the fourth dimension. Like a bullet from a slingshot.
Same example.
Wait, hold on just a minute here. You keep talking about Sigma and Phi, but what about the rest of us? Why did you bring us here?
That's simple. In earlier histories, you were all here in Rhizome 9. We needed you here to accurately replicate those histories. Although I suppose that's probably not a good enough explanation for you. In a sense, though, it is the truth. Our primary goal was to replicate history. The rest is... Yes, I suppose I should explain. Very well. I will try and do so in a way you can understand. First, Alice and Clover. They were abducted 45 years and 1 month ago, on December 22nd, 2028. The location is Earth, of course. More specifically, Los Angeles, California. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
After being kidnapped, your bodies were sent to a facility under Akane's direction. You were placed in treatment pods and immediately put into cold sleep. 4 months later, you arrived at this facility. The date you finally arrived was April 14th, 2029. Your trip from Earth to this facility was aboard a spaceship powered by an annihilation engine.
Incredible.
Following your arrival, your pods were placed in long-term storage. Does that make sense?
Are you telling me we were sleeping in those pods here for 45 years?
Amazing nap.
Yes, in preparation for this day.
But why? What do you need us for?
You are an Esper, aren't you, Clover? I mean that you are able to access the fourth dimension. Am I wrong?
Did Akane tell you?
In a manner of speaking, as I've already explained, the purpose of this project is to send Sigma and Phi's consciousnesses to the past. Espers are able to sort of resonate with one another, which can amplify their power. You understand? This is why we brought you here, Clover.
Well, the amplifier.
What about me?
We needed your help, Alice, to deactivate Dio's bombs.
Huh? But I didn't do anything.
But you did. In another history, you were able to perform prime decomposition on the 25-digit integer that Dio left behind.
She's here because she's really good at math. Outlived all the debt collectors. True.
Only you could do that sort of thing. Because of your feat at mathematics, we were about to determine that Dio had planted the bombs.
About to, huh?
Then we were able to question him and get the password for the number 31. Finally, we used that information to stop the bomb in this timeline. Without your help, Alice, we would have been reduced to nothing more than so much space dust. This history exists because of your presence. Now, let me explain why we needed Tenmyoji and Quark. And Tenmyoji is simple. We needed you for the same reason we needed Clover. You are able to access the fourth dimension. Almost half a century ago, you used that ability to save a young girl.
Yeah, I did.
We needed you to resonate with Sigma and Phi, so we brought you here.
2 amplifiers.
All it took was a messenger.
Do you want to see Akane? If you do, come with me.
I love him, honestly.
I was a fool and fell for it.
I care a lot for him.
And you brought Quark with you. In fact, you insisted that he come.
Yeah, I know. I guess you were worried about leaving me alone, huh? He kept saying you couldn't run off to the moon and leave me behind.
I'm sorry, Quark. If I hadn't been so stupid and selfish, none of this would have happened to you. I never thought this would happen. Can you ever forgive me?
Oh, don't worry about it. I mean, I agreed to come with you. I thought the moon would be way more interesting than boring old Earth. What kid would turn that down?
We didn't see the messenger after we got on the ship. It was on autopilot. As soon as we got in, it headed straight for the moon. During the trip, Zero told me to keep quiet once we got there. I don't remember anything after we landed.
Then there was a bunch of that white smoke, and we passed out, and when I woke up, I was in the AB room.
Now, Dio, his real name is Left, and he's the leader of a terrorist organization called the Myrmidons. He was ordered to come here. The Myrmidons are under the control of an organization called Free the Soul, which is in turn controlled by a man known as Brother. It was Brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Do you remember what Phi mentioned earlier?
His brother who orchestrated the release of Radical 6 into the general population 45 years ago. Amazing. Okay.
The ultimate purpose of the AB project is to change history and keep Radical 6 from being released. If we succeed, that would be bad for Brother and his organization. Our success would prevent them from creating the ideal world they're working toward. That is why Brother sent Left, his trusted lieutenant, to this facility. They needed to stop the AB project. So, Dio was given 2 tasks. The first was to eliminate Akane, the architect of the AB project. The second was to join the AB game and win it. If Dio won the game, the AB project would not be completed. At least, not in that timeline. In other words, in that world, the project would have been stopped. If things didn't go as planned, Dio was given a contingency plan. If you cannot murder Akane and win the game, destroy Rhizome 9. Hence, the bombs.
Can I ask you something?
Perhaps.
How did Brother know about the AB project?
He was also an Esper.
Everyone's an Esper.
We can set Brother aside for now, though. May I proceed?
No one objected. We were all curious.
Excellent. That explains everyone, save 2, Luna and myself. Sigma and Phi already know the truth about Luna. I don't believe I should reveal any more, however. I think it would be more appropriate if you could ask Luna yourselves at a later time. Would that be all right with you, Luna?
Yes, that's okay.
As for me, as I said before, I was born and raised here.
I think nothing can make you look kindly on Jinbei more than being subjected to Sigma for a few hours. Yeah! Yeah! You got a point. Like, I liked Jinbei well enough. He had a couple of, like, moments from what I recall from, you know, not playing the game very recently. But, you know, but yeah, definitely makes him even better compared to Sigma. And also since I've been through Fucking AI Somnium files. Elevator scene my below.
The rest of you were brought to this facility, but I've never left. That makes me someone close to Zero Senior and Akane.
Hey, I've been wondering, who is Zero Senior?
You've already met him, Sigma, in another timeline.
Yeah, well, I saw a hologram. I still don't know who he is.
Stage 2 is complete. TP00 unlocking.
It looks like it's finished. Shall we open the pod?
Yeah, let's do it. Who's it gonna be? All of us gathered around the pod. The glass was still covered with frost, hiding the contents.
Okay, let's get started then.
It can't be her. Good night, Matsuo. Thank you for sticking around.
Ready?
Get you some good rest. Vi laid her hand on the lever and looked around at us. I swallowed. No, she's doing this. Yeah, anytime.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Imagine if it's empty. What? What? Yeah, the horny dove disease is separate for Junpei versus Sigma, who is Ooh. There's 3 of you? Suddenly my head was full of memories from other timelines. I'd seen something like this before. The warehouse of Floor B, in front of the white door. Kay was lying in front of me. I grabbed his mask and saw my own face. I never figured out who he really was. Why was there a man with my face underneath Kay's armor? It didn't make sense. After I'd seen him, I was injected with tuberculin, and that was the end of that. Good night, Matsuo. But wait. If the person in the pod was the same person I'd seen on the floor of the warehouse, who was wearing Kay's armor?
You finally noticed. Didn't I tell you? You won't be alone. I will be at your side, watching over you.
No. Oh my god, you're...
Yes, I am.
What? What?
Akane Kurashiki.
I'm sorry? Huh? Huh?
It's you. June. I mean, Akane. From... But you're old.
Be nice to her.
Yes, that's correct. I haven't spoken to you in a very long time, Clover.
She does a really good Kay impersonation to her.
Or you, Junpei.
Junpei?
Akane. Long time no see.
I could barely hear what they were saying. My mind was still reeling. It felt like all the air had been knocked out of me, and it was all I could do to not collapse right then and there.
When?
Schrodinger's K-Box, true!
Do you remember when the two of you saved me in the warehouse? Once you saved me, you went back to your future. Well, your minds did, at least. I carried your bodies to the 3rd AB room, and then took Dio's to the 5th. After that, I went into the 1st room and borrowed Kay's armor.
So by the time you and Clover came out, you'd already...
Yes.
Wait. That doesn't make any sense. Dio killed you. Then Luna took your body to the 6th room. You couldn't have been in Kay's armor.
No, it was me. In this timeline, at least. In this one, I wasn't murdered by Dio. You two saved me. It's just like Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's, okay. I was right the entire time.
Your actions in the future decided who would be inside the armor in the past.
What? No, that's nuts.
Alright, what about the other history? The one where you weren't saved. What happens then? Who's wearing the armor?
That's quite simple. The man in front of you.
Him?
That's correct. Whenever I'm not in the armor, he is.
More importantly, it was Kay when he wrote the Zero Junior horsey toy. True!
What about the memory loss?
For my part, I confess that I lied. He, on the other hand, was telling the truth. Large doses of Soporil can cause memory loss. I gave him a rather large dose.
So, who is he?
You've never seen him before?
No.
What about the rest of you?
I have no idea who he is.
I've never seen him before.
Me either.
Total stranger.
Hey, come on. What are you guys saying? Right here. Wait! Wait! Does he not look like that? Same face.
Huh?
Are you alright, Mr. Sigma?
What?
Did you
What?
hit your head or something?
Was it super intentional that we haven't actually seen him since, like, who knows how long? Huh? What? It didn't make any sense. Why didn't they recognize me?
Sigma, your consciousness can jump through time. You can inhabit your body in the past or in the future.
What does that mean?
Don't you get it? You've jumped to the future from 45 years ago.
I looked around frantically. A pond. I ran to it and threw myself onto my knees. Crawling on all fours, I approached the edge. Discovers why Sigma isn't VA'd. Yeah! My heart was hammering inside my chest. A cold sweat trickled down my spine. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, damn it! I struggled to take deep breaths. Then slowly, I peered into the pond, looking for my reflection. The entire time. What? No, this can't be real. This face.
It's your face, Dr. Sigma Climb.
Now Sigma's a creepy old man hitting a bite. Yeah, that was like one of my first thoughts as well when I realized what she was implying. I was like, oh. Doesn't that make it kind of... It makes it so much worse. True. I would argue it doesn't make him any worse for, like, speaking about him as a person, but it makes him seem a lot worse from everyone else's perspective. Because at least he still had his consciousness as, like, a, 20-something, and had no idea. Still shitty of him, but it's as shitty as if he would have done it as a 20-year-old, you know?
Although, to the you that's behind it now, it's your face 45 years from now.
It's fucky for sure.
Zero, the mastermind of the AB project, is you.
What the fuck? What? No, that's not possible. That's bullshit.
No, it's the truth. Fighting it isn't going to do you any good. Please, Doctor.
I'm not a doctor. You were studying to be, weren't you?
You will be a pioneer in the field of genetic engineering.
You're lying.
No, I'm not. You created him. Well, I suppose I should say you are going to create him.
My clone.
His
Great.
name is Kyle Klein.
His name is Kyle. That's why. That's what the K stands for? Kyle? What the fuck is up, Kyle? It's so normal. Physics student who's never heard of a Schrodinger's cat. Yeah, that's also a little.
Your clone. That is why he looks just like a younger version of yourself. 23 years ago, in the biolab here in Rhizome 9, you created Kyle.
KK Slider. Wow, I can't believe it.
Well, I suppose for you, that's still in the future. When I said I was born and raised here, I was still pretending to be him. The gravity here is only 1/6 of Earth's.
Any requests? Yeah, lose the arbor. He's named after the guy from Terminator? Fuck.
If nothing was done, the reduced gravity would cause his bones to be weaker than normal human ones. But you prepared for that. You gave him that armor. Ever since he was born, he's lived inside of it. It kept his muscles and bones strong. He wasn't forced into it for the nonary game. He's been wearing it every day, all his life.
But why would future me create a clone?
He was to be your spare. If something happened to you before the project began, he would take your place.
The picture of baby him in armor? Real. Fuck. It's true.
I mentioned before that the AB projects A and B stood for after and before. That isn't all they mean, though. The A also means anima, and the B means body. Anima is another word for the soul or the consciousness. Body is, well, exactly what it says on the tin. The past consciousness will go into the future body, and the future consciousness will go into the past body. They switch.
So like current year Sigma is currently in the past as...
That was the chief goal of the project.
Wait, so the future person goes into the past person?
Sigma, do you remember the note you found in the garden?
You mean this, right?
Yes. Ah, of course, it was you who investigated the garden in this timeline.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Yeah.
Sigma, take a good look at this. It's an illustration of the time jumps your consciousness is making. A is where everything began. December 25th, 2028. You inhaled the white smoke in your car and lost consciousness. From there, you jumped to B. January 25th, 2074. You woke up in one of the AB rooms in Rhizome 9. You are in your own body, but it is 67 years old. Your consciousness has jumped 45 years into the future.
Normal.
I believe that may explain why you didn't notice the reduced lunar gravity. The body you woke up in was much older. Normally, you would have noticed that your muscles were much weaker.
So they've just been seeing this old man go around like trying to open doors with his own hands. Usually take those trips after inhaling smoke as well. True. So true. Should have been 4 to 7 years in the future.
In this
Better
case,
age.
however, the lower gravity balanced that out. Moving on, if you continue along this line, what happens next?
Didn't notice the greasy ass hair touching his face. True. What's going on?
You reach C, which is January 27th, 2074. That is today.
Whoa. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying it's been 2 days since we woke up?
36 hours to be exact. Have you already forgotten? You were all infected with Radical 6. The virus slowed your brain down.
So if we multiply this, if we do the math,
So yes, 36 hours of real time have passed. But to you, it only seemed like 14 hours and 40 minutes. Now
yeah, I know.
comes the important
That's
part.
very fair. That's very fair, Peacock. I can understand. I understand now.
After this, your consciousness will return to the past. It will re-emerge at point D. April 13th, 2029. You will return to your younger body.
But that's the same day as the reactor explosions.
Yes.
Yeah, too bad you'll die.
That is why I said it will be too late. You will return to the past, but the events you would want to prevent will have already happened. The story does not end there, however. The line continues. After reaching point D, you will eventually return to B, but this time, you won't be jumping through time, or at least not at a rate faster than normal. Your consciousness will spend 45 years inhabiting the same body until you reach point B. Do you remember when B is, Sigma?
January 25th, 2074. According to what you just told us, it's 36 hours ago.
Correct. That was when the consciousness of the 22-year-old Sigma jumped into the body of 67-year-old Sigma. So where did the older version of you go when you took his body?
Ah, boy. Point A. Yeah, who knows? December 25th, 2028. The day all of this started.
Yes. His consciousness will go back in time 45 years. For a period of time, he will inhabit your younger body. While your younger consciousness is elsewhere, he will be you in the past.
So that's how he made all those ridiculous breakthroughs, because, the time loops. But once that body reaches point D, my 22-year-old consciousness will come back from point C.
That's correct. When that happens, the older version of you will be ejected from your younger body and return to your body at C.
So it's rotating?
Rotating. I suppose you could put it that way. But look at this illustration closely. What if you take all these lines and untangle them? You get one single line. It may look complicated, but in truth, it's a single straight path.
I'm like trying to follow it. Okay. Starts from normal time, goes to A, gets to B, point C, goes back. Point D, lives through 45 years. Gets to point B, but then goes back in time to point A. And either goes to point D, then into the future after skipping through some time from the body swap, or splits off at E, the when shit all begins, and goes on into a different timeline.
With one exception.
This line here at point E, right?
Exactly.
8 or 9 times?
is December 31st, 2028, the day of the total eclipse.
The day Radical 6 got out of the test facility.
Yes, by now you've likely figured it out on your own. The purpose of the AB project was to get the consciousness of the 67-year-old Sigma from point B to point A. If we can do that, we can change what happened 45 years ago.
So the old version of me will keep Radical 6 from getting out. By jumping into my 22-year-old body on New Year's Eve 2028?
Yes, that is why this line could not be interrupted. In order for the 67-year-old version of you to reach point B, we first have to go through point D. In order to get to point D, we must jump from point C. And for point C to happen, we had to recreate everything that happened in this facility. That is why we have faithfully retraced history up to this point, so that we might save humankind from destruction and undo the horrors of the last 45 years.
And guess who's about to get to see those horrors? Tell me one thing.
What is that?
You said that point C is January 27th, 2074, which is today. There's going to be a jump, and I'll jump to April 13th, 2029.
Yes, that's right.
But look, I'm still old. When is this jump supposed to happen?
Very soon. Yes.
Soon? And what's going to trigger it?
We need potential energy stored to send your consciousness into the fourth dimension.
Yeah, you know, normal stuff.
Fortunately, we now have plenty of that. Thanks, ironically, to Radical 6. All that remains is to launch your consciousness, like a bullet from a slingshot.
And how do you propose to do that?
Didn't I tell you? A crisis.
A
moment balanced between life and death.
Oh, you have the knife.
That can jumpstart your brain.
What do you mean?
You haven't figured it out. I mean this.
Dio's knife? No sooner were the words out of my mouth. Fire! I screamed and leapt toward them. Akane was already in motion, the knife diving toward Fi's chest. A surprise tool to help her later. True. I was almost there. When I regained consciousness, I was on the floor. There was a dull pain in my chest. I felt for a cut, but something was in the way. It took me a moment to realize that it was Akane's body lying on top of me. I twisted my neck to look around. Nearby was an old tombstone. On it was written a few words in Latin. Okay. Yeah. So that's something. That sure was a game. Oh, she's voiced by Miyuki Samashiro. Huh. More I know. I don't know how to feel. Fun foreshadowing. Yeah. He must have done a lot of drugs. Look at that. Fuck, that's right! He must have been working on that degree for a long time. I thought it was about how buff he was, or just like making... Oh my god. I forgot about that. Oh my god, he did. Ooh. I had noticed that happening. I was like, huh, that's a weird insult for Sigma, considering he's like 20. But I was just like, that's fine. I'll just security cam footage Sigma's hair is white. Command. True. True. That as well. And he's also the only one to see the hologram of Zero. Anyone else would have noticed it was the same person. He's not the only one? Hold on. That's fine. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck.
Today is April 13th, 2029, and this is the evening news.
You know, I did notice that there was a, like, cast member listed for newscaster, and I was like, huh, when did we hear a voice-acted newscaster?
Unfortunately, I'm sorry. I don't have any news to read. All of our station's reporters have passed after contracting Radical 6. So have my... Excuse me. I've managed to keep us on the air until now. But I'm out of tricks.
Yeah, I can't. I'll let you. Ooh.
It's time for me to sign off. This concludes our broadcast day.
Give people a second, just in case.
I pray that someday our world can be cleansed of this horrible plague. Goodbye.
Oh, there it is. Who turned off the... For a moment, I just stared at the TV. The roar of the static seemed to fill the entire room until, with a click, it disappeared too. Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Thank you for that. Had the power gone out? I heard footsteps behind me and turned around. You. It's the... Akane?
It looks like the first step was successful.
What the fuck? You killed me.
Killed?
I guess technically you're gonna kill me 45 years from now, but still.
Hey, no need to be rude about it.
No need to be rude about it.
I didn't kill you. I hit you with the butt of the knife. You're fine.
I'm okay.
Yes. You and Phi needed to experience a state of crisis. That was the only way.
Me
Yes,
and Phi?
I only told you about you, but we also needed Phi to jump.
I would Sam Sigma. Mood.
Now, you know what happens next, right?
We go to the moon?
Correct. We will be leaving tomorrow, April 14th, 2029. We've nearly finished preparing your shuttle.
After playing the whole game with 3D models, the scene is drawn like the first game. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, I imagine that's largely because Yeah, because they didn't want to make a model for the comic. But it's a good flashback. There's a good, like, a little bit of overlap.
Only a few last-minute checks and additions.
It is kind of ugly, isn't it? It's pretty.
You'll be traveling to Rhizome 9, along with 3 treatment pods.
Clover, Alice. Alice and Clover, right?
Yes.
What about the third one? Who's in there?
Phi. We put her into cold sleep 2 days ago. She appeared at our headquarters and volunteered to be frozen. That wasn't the Phi who jumped from point C, though. It was Phi before she jumped from point A to point D. In other words, she was following the same path you are, and she still is.
Then that means after you froze her, the point C version of her jumped back into her body?
Yes. The point C version of Phi is sleeping in that pod. She'll stay there for the next 45 years, sleeping in ice.
Then when she gets to point B, her consciousness will jump to point A, right?
Correct.
Huh. So that's why she didn't look old. So why don't you just stick me in one of those pods?
We can't do that.
Why not?
You haven't figured it out? You have to spend the next 45 years working on the AB project.
Enjoy!
After arriving at Rhizome 9, you must master genetic engineering and artificial intelligence programming, among other disciplines.
You know, simple. No wonder you need 45 years.
Otherwise, you will be unable to create Kyle, Luna, and Lagomorph. And, of course, you will need to develop the chromatic doors and the bracelets.
Or, you know, all of this in 45 years is still pretty fucking impressive. That's like several lifetimes worth of... That's
You'll
fine.
also be the person who summons Tenmyoji and Quark. Once you've completed all the preparations, then the project can actually begin. January 25th, 2074. You will defrost Phi and carry her to the third AB room. Once you've done that, the 22-year-old version of you from point A will force you out, and you'll just go back 45 years to your own body on December 25th, 2028.
And then I change history? Do you really think I can keep the virus from getting out?
You have to. If you don't, billions of people will die.
You know, no pressure.
Only you and Phi can save them.
What about you? Aren't you an Esper too?
I can't do anything on my own. If this is going to work, I'll need your help.
So what do I need to do?
What do you mean?
Like, what specific actions do I need to take? When Phi and I jump to point A, what are we going to do then?
You'll both enter the Mars mission test site.
And after that?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything about what happens in there. We don't know how the Radical Six escaped. We don't even know why it was there in the first place.
Oh, crap. Yeah, just take the recipe into the past. That's a fair point. Then we're screwed.
That's why we need your help. You have the ability to jump through time and across parallel worlds.
Well, but it wouldn't perfectly recreate the timeline, so they gotta do it this way, the fucked up way.
We need you to figure out what happened in that test facility. Things will be difficult, and I'm sure you will find yourself in a great deal of danger. But I believe the two of you can overcome any obstacle.
Wait. How do you know it's so dangerous?
The 67-year-old version of you told me what happened. He wasn't able to stop the virus. So I suppose you could say you told me after you failed.
What did I say?
That the test facility is full of traps. There was one point. A woman's life was in danger. You risked yourself for her sake, and lost your arms and your right eye.
Okay, cool. My arms and my right eye. What the hell? Probably too unemotional for everything that's going on here, but you know. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the building. Asked Peacock for pictures to try and prove it. She lied. What was that?
Go have a look.
I moved slowly to the window and peered outside. On the horizon, I could see a massive mushroom cloud climbing slowly toward the sky. You better get out of there. Didn't have any. Would we really be able to change the course of history? No, that was the wrong way to look at it. It couldn't be a question. I had to change history. We could save the world. I'm going to change history. I stared at the darkening skies above us and steeled myself. I would succeed. Of course, you gotta lie a little bit. And we're beginning. Uh-huh. As you do. Oh! There it is. Okay. This timeline's getting fucky. That's fair.
Where?
I see you've finally woken up, Kyle.
Kyle?
Ooh, 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 ooh.
Ah, yes, of course. You've only just woken up in this timeline. It's only natural for some of your memories to be missing.
I lurched upright, jumped off the bed, and ran around to the other side of the partition. The mirror over the sink was covered with a film of dirt. I can't believe Sigma's little pit. Oh my god. I wiped it off with my sleeve and my reflection stared back at me. So true, Watermelon. There was no mistake. The reflection belonged to...
Kyle Climb. So, I'm Dr. Climb? Zero Senior's clone?
What? How do you know that? Shouldn't you still be suffering from amnesia?
An excellent question. One I didn't quite know the answer to myself. I knew who Kyle Climb was. In another history, he had been called K and had worn a suit of armor. He hadn't just worn the armor in that history, though. Apparently, he'd worn it all his life. Kyle had been born and raised in this lunar installation, which seemed to be called Rhizome 9. Rather late in his life, Akane had appeared as a mother figure, and he had consequently grown very attached to her. I knew everything about him. But even though I knew it, I didn't feel it. Was I really Kyle Climb? Every time I looked in the mirror, I saw his face. The spitting image of Sigma Climb in his younger days. I looked down. There was Dio, still handcuffed. Whoop. I turned back around to Luna.
What day is today?
January 27th, 2074.
Today is the last day of the AB project. Akane has explained everything in the garden. And she drew a knife and attacked Phi.
That's right, because that... Oh, Kyle just woke up from stasis. Oh my god. Oh my god.
How long have I been asleep?
About 5 hours in real time. For them, it would have seemed like a little more than 2 hours.
So they still haven't been treated for their Radical 6?
No, they've all been given the antiviral. It just takes a while to have an effect.
I see. So the consciousness of the younger Sigma has gone back into the past. It should have happened right after Akane attacked Fine, right?
Yes,
Why am I here?
the doctor carried you back here. You were in the pod in the garden.
So the person you call the Doctor is Sigma Klein, as inhabited by his age-appropriate consciousness.
Yes, but how do you know that?
Dio seems to have remained unconscious.
Yes, I've been administering Silparil whenever he gets restless.
Gets restless.
What about the others?
They've all gone off to different areas. Tenmyoji and Quark, for instance.
Oh, right. Mr. Klein.
So the sleepyhead's finally up, huh?
What are you two doing here?
You don't know where we are?
This is the upper floor of the pressure exchange chamber. The real one.
Mm-hmm.
We were just about to get dressed and head out.
You plan to return them? To Earth, I mean.
Yeah.
Sigma told us where we could find the shuttle that brought us here. Well, guess he's not really the Sigma I knew anymore. He's Dr. Klein now, or Zero Senior, depending on how you look at it.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Well, I'm just curious why you would choose to return to a devastated planet when you could stay here.
How's staying here gonna help? You aren't gonna say something idiotic about how we should wait here until Sigma changes the past, are you? You can't wait for something that's already happened.
Sure.
Grammar doesn't work that way.
Grammar again.
Hell, nature doesn't work that way. You following me? We've already lived through history. Sigma failed to keep the virus from getting out. About 45 years ago, Radical 6 created a pandemic, and the antimatter reactors blew up. That all happened. Whatever Sigma does in the past, history's not gonna change. In fact, it's because of what he did, or didn't do in the past, that we've got this past and present. Let me give you an example. Imagine a group of 100 motorcycles driving down an endless freeway.
Sure, easily.
Eventually, they hit a junction. The road splits in two. One freeway continues off northwest, and the other stretches out to the northeast. So one guy, we'll call him S, pipes up.
Interesting letter choice.
Let's go northwest, he says. So they take the northwestern road. But about a mile past the intersection, something horrible happens. A semi driving the other way veers into their lane and plows through the bikers. 90 of them die. The surviving 10 are wounded, but survive. They don't stop, though. They keep riding down that highway, and eventually they'd gone 10,000 miles. Then suddenly, something happens that they couldn't have predicted. S, who had survived, suddenly has his consciousness thrown back in time. He ends up back in his own body, just before he remembers everything.
Trigger finger again, every single time. Yeah, biker hit cannon for Junpei. That imagine.
So what does S do? What anybody would do. Let's go northeast. That means all 100 of the bikers survive to reach their destination, happy and healthy, and they all live happily ever after. That's what you're thinking, right? It's a great outcome for the 100 bikers that went northeast. But what about the 10 that went northwest and survived the accident?
Huh? Wouldn't it be 9 people? I mean, S's mind went back in time, right?
Right. Okay, 9 people then.
Yeah, 9.
What happens to the reality they were living? Does it just disappear when S changes the past? It's not as if it was only bad things that happened during that 10,000-mile trip. Maybe one of them fell in love with a woman working at a gas station they stopped at and had a child. Maybe one of them picked up a homeless kid who joined them on their adventure. That 10,000-mile journey would be full of stories, friendships, farewells, romances. The loss of those 90 lives is horrible and unfortunate. But what would rewriting their history mean? The 9 who survived lived full lives.
Yeah, if they stopped that from ever happening, if they're not this example, but the real thing, if Sigma stops this from ever happening, then Kyle wouldn't really. There wouldn't be any need for Kyle or Luna. Ugh.
How can it be right to just erase all that? The survivors overcame their own misery and loss and made the best they could of the hand they'd been dealt.
Honestly, yeah, I'm really enjoying this monologue.
Isn't that worth something? Isn't that the best thing that humans can aspire to? Is there really any point to a world where everything is happy? Are people who struggle for a better life just idiots? Being human is about fighting, even when it seems hopeless, and finding happiness, even in a world that hates it. Are you saying that's worthless? If you're saying rewriting the past will erase all these other timelines, then whatever God wrote those rules can Look, I'm just not going to accept that, all right? You get it?
If Sigma changes the past, then you and Quark will never meet.
Is he right?
No, it's not going to happen. We're here right now. This is reality. Even if Sigma does change the past, we're not just going to disappear or something.
Oh, then that means we get to stay together? Good.
Thanks, kid.
I understand how you feel. Why you want to return to Earth is clear. You have lives there, I imagine.
You imagine.
There are likely people waiting for you.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Have you already said goodbye to the others?
Vi, Luna, Alice, and Clover all saw us off. We told them we'd see them again someday, and then came here.
They were the only people you want to say goodbye to?
No point saying anything to Dio.
Besides, he's asleep. You were asleep too.
Sorry, but we didn't really know much about you.
You have a point. Akane was in the armor in this timeline, after all. What about Sigma?
Well, he's not really Mr. Sigma anymore.
Of course. He is Dr. Klein now that his consciousness has returned.
Yeah, but more importantly, he's the guy who brought us all here. Not a lot of warm feelings there, you know?
Aw.
And Akane?
Never mind her. She's just like him. Not the Akane I knew.
Oh, that's...
She must have seen some pretty awful things over the years. Hell, she might not even be human anymore. But the Akane Kurashiki I know isn't here.
Oof.
She's not anywhere.
That's a lot.
In the end, Clover and I were just pawns.
She's still dead, or might as well be.
Pawns to be used and then gotten rid of. Still, it's not like we're completely resentful. We had to be here to help change the past. That part's easy to understand, but...
Kinda sucks, though.
Kinda sucks.
I mean, Sigma and Phi have it easy. They get to go back to December 25th in 2028. They'll stop the Radical Six and save the world, and then they'll have a nice, normal future to look forward to. In other words, they get to go back to Point E and just enjoy history like it was supposed to happen.
I'm glad we're covering this.
But we don't. We're stuck with Point C as our starting point.
You told us about Tenmyoji's story, right? The one with the motorcycles? It would be like if Alice and I were kidnapped right before the intersection. Then whoever grabbed us takes us to wherever the bikers are going, 10,000 miles to the northwest.
Don't get us wrong. We know why we had to be here. Without us, S's consciousness wouldn't have been able to go back to right before the intersection.
If that couldn't happen, then the fate of those 90 dead bikers would be sealed. But...
It's still not the best situation for those of us left in the Northwest. We're stuck in the reality where the 90 bikers died.
Are we just supposed to go live on Earth? It's a wasteland now. And what about our friends and families? We left a whole world behind 45 years ago.
Even if it is for the greater good?
It just doesn't seem fair, does it?
Yeah, it's a little bit much.
So we went and talked to the old lady.
She told us that there is one way.
One way we could get back to the past.
Let's say you do go back to the past. Wouldn't that cause your minds to get thrown back here? That seemed to be how Sigma and Phi's jumps worked, at least.
Yes, you're right.
But this is different.
Different? How so?
From what she said, it sounds like there's a way we can send our bodies back in time, too.
Oh, fuck.
That's ridiculous. It would create a paradox. How could you have two Clovers and two Alices at the same time?
But that wouldn't happen.
Akane says there's a way around that.
How on earth does she plan to do that?
Morning, Miku.
Schrodinger's
cat.
Oh, hey, Kyle.
Hey, Kyle.
Figured you'd come here eventually.
Where's Dr. Klein? Luna said you were with him.
He said he was tired, so he's off resting right now. There's a bedroom at the end of the hallway. He's in there if you're curious. Oh, right. He told me to turn on this hologram projector thing when you showed up. Want me to start it?
Sure.
isn't anything in particular that I have to tell you.
That's very understandable then if that's why. Yeah, okay.
However, I imagine there are a great number of things weighing on your mind. I'd love to answer all your questions, but unfortunately, my circumstances make that an impossibility. I hope you can forgive me. Everything I know, Phi should also know. I have instructed her to answer any questions anyone might have. Anyone other than Kyle, that is.
Huh?
What does he mean, other than Kyle?
Interesting.
Who knows? Is there anything you want to ask?
Oh, right, well, I guess I may as well cut to the chase. Just who are you, Phi?
I'm not Superman, that's for sure. And I'm not Batman or Spider-Man or Aquaman or a merman or a wolfman.
Not Aquaman.
I'm not a Brahmin or common or ramen. I'm not a Cayman either, so you really don't need to worry about anything.
Thanks.
Please don't dodge the question. About 5 hours ago, Akane attacked you with a knife. That triggered something which sent your mind back to the past, correct?
What about Catwoman? True.
Specifically, you were sent to Point D, April 13th, 2029. On that date, your body was already in Akane's custody. Although by then you were in cold sleep. You wouldn't have regained consciousness, but your mind was now inhabiting that body. That pod was your home for 45 years. You slept there, frozen, until the time was right. Then on January 25th, 2074, you were finally thawed out, even though you didn't wake up. Still unconscious, you were carried to the AB room. That was when your consciousness changed bodies again. A version of you from December 25th, 2028 arrived, pushing you out and sending you back to December 25th, 2028. This is when you finally woke up. In 2028, you found and joined forces with Sigma, whose older mind was inhabiting his younger body. Together, you attempted to infiltrate the Mars mission test facility. Fortunately, your plan failed. The Radical Six did escape on New Year's Eve. That failure determined the path you followed. Instead of going along the line that branches out to the right from Point E, you headed straight to Point D. Point D being April 13th of the following year. That was the day that you made your way to Akane's hideout and asked to be put into one of the treatment pods. Another consciousness enters your body around that time from the future. It is, of course, the version of you that left your body when Akane attacked you in the garden. This caused the two versions of you to swap places, and you moved 45 years into the future, where you woke up on the garden floor. That put you on the line that comes here. So if we discount the time you spent in cold sleep, for you, only 3.5 months have passed since that happened. That being when you were sent back into the past from the garden. Have I missed anything?
No, everything you talked about you got right.
Well, what do you mean by that?
I'm kind of an unknown variable in this equation. You could think of me as a kind of X factor.
X factor.
It's taken me the last 3.5 months to understand it.
I haven't understood anything in the last 3.5 seconds. Could you please explain?
It's kind of like the relationship between classical mechanics and modern physics. Strictly speaking, you can't combine velocities with v1 plus v2. v1 plus v2 divided by 1 plus v1 times v2 over c squared is the actual equation. Of course, the sort of velocities we encounter in day-to-day life don't come close to being c squared, which is the speed of light squared. That means that 1 plus v1 times v2 divided by c squared is usually going to evaluate to something pretty close to 1. Since that would mean dividing by 1, it's usually okay to just skip that step and use v1 plus v2. You see what I'm saying? In most situations, it works, even if it isn't technically correct.
I mean, I see what you're saying in that example, but
So you knew enough to get the stuff you were talking about, right? As long as you stick to that, you won't run into any problems.
I don't quite understand. In fact, I feel like you're dodging my questions.
So was that what you wanted to ask about?
No. What I really want to know is what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028. You and Sigma infiltrated the Mars mission test site, didn't you?
Yes.
What happened there? How did Sigma lose his eye and both his arms? And why was Radical 6 in there in the first place? What could a deadly virus have to do with the simulated mission to space?
Sorry, but I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because it would change history. There is a history where the virus didn't escape. That's the line that goes to the right of Point E. In that timeline, humanity isn't heading for annihilation, and Earth isn't red. The future is much brighter. But if I tell you what you're asking me right now, then that reality will disappear. You understand?
I don't.
no, yeah,
Why
I
would all
agree.
of that disappear if you told me what I want to know?
You're about to go back to the past, right?
The past? Don't be silly. I can't do that.
Then where the hell did you learn all this stuff? I just listened to you tell me a bunch of things you shouldn't have known about.
Yep.
You were sleeping in the pod in the garden. You just woke up. So how can you know all this? You know my past. Sigma's past.
Ooh.
I shall give you your answer. You are not Kyle Climb. Your body is Kyle's, but your consciousness is not. Think about it. Do you really believe you're Kyle, or could you be someone else entirely?
Then, where is the real Kyle's consciousness?
Fucking around somewhere.
He was thrown out when you entered. Right now, in a manner of speaking, he has arrived at December 25th, 2028. His consciousness has gone into a body from that time. I doubt you know how much the Doctor loves Kyle. He raised him on his own. Kyle is irreplaceable. Do you really think he would go back to the past and leave Kyle behind here?
Are you kidding? 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 The X Factor, the X Factor, the X Factor, that's you. Wait, huh? Could that body be Phi?
I know what I told the others, that Kyle was Dr. Climb's spare, but that was not his only purpose. Kyle's consciousness is integral to what we are trying to accomplish. This new mission begins on Christmas and ends on New Year's Eve 2028. Its purpose will be to infiltrate the test facility and prevent
No, that wouldn't make
the
sense because
spread
Phi
of
went into the.
virus.
Phi went into. No, no. No, that's not the twist. That can't be the twist because that wouldn't really make sense. So.
For this to happen, Kyle is absolutely necessary.
A body.
And that is why he created him?
Yes.
So now that my consciousness has entered his body, the Doctor has achieved his objective. Kyle has gone back to 2028 to participate in his mission.
Correct.
There's one thing that troubles me. Kyle was created before reaching Point B from Point D. That means his body did not exist on Christmas in 2028.
Unless.
Does that mean he has entered my body? Have we just switched places?
I suppose you could put it that way, yes.
Okay. But I thought. I guess Sigma did leave.
It's ridiculous. What's going to happen to me? You telling me I have to spend the rest of my life here in this box, living in a borrowed body?
No, not at all. You can travel freely through time and space. You are an uncontrolled variable that entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you.
I have no idea what...
Please don't try to play dumb. I know what you are. Surely you must know by now, too. You are about to go into the past and save the world.
Okay. Okay.
Vi and Sigma, even with all of his future knowledge, will need your help. Only you can right the horrible wrongs of our past. Only you can save the world.
This is so much.
There's no way I...
Yes, there is. You have to. Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to know what happened in between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028?
I mean, I suppose, but I could just wait like 6.5 years and I'll find out.
Well, yes, I do, but...
Then you must believe. Reality is shaped by what we believe reality should be.
Oh, yeah, not Kyle Climb. So, going back into a body on the New Christmas to help out in the operation with the doctor and Vi, and they went back together, and he lost his arms. Good morning, Seer. And his, yeah, or like Sigma did anyway. Can't be Fi. I don't think it can be Fi, because her timeline matches up too well with going. But she did describe herself as an X Factor, and she didn't want to tell about what happened in that. Okay. Who do we not know enough about? Who could even be? What the fuck? What the fuck? And he knows everything that he shouldn't know all that shit. We know where Dio comes from, we know Akane's entire timeline, basically your entire timeline. We know Vi's timeline, we know Sigma's timeline, we know Clover's timeline, we know... Yeah, that's about right. We know Alice's timeline, we know... Tenmyoji's timeline, we know Quark wasn't even born until fairly recently. Couldn't be him. We don't know what happened to Santa, but I feel like that's not really... I mean, like, what even? Who have I not thought about yet? I mean, we know where Luna comes from, and so she can't really, it's fine. Then... We don't know what happened to Snake, we don't know what happened to... we don't know what happened to Ace. That would be funny, but no. I don't think it can be any of the 999 cast. That would be ridiculous. And Kyle just started existing. Keep playing the dialogue. Yeah.
If observation can change the motion of a particle, then how is it odd to think that human thought can shape reality? Your will can change history. The world will be reshaped into the one you imagine.
imagine.
Remember what I've told you.
Oh, God.
Only you can change history.
An uncontrolled variable that has entered our closed system. But it couldn't be 5, right? Like, it couldn't be. It couldn't be. That wouldn't work. There's no way that show would work. I know the reveal's right around the corner now, and I can just progress the dialogue and I'll find out. But the... I'm gonna die. Just thinking about this. Who do we not know enough about right now? Yeah, because I feel like basically everyone from 999 is like either accounted for or like incredibly unrealistic. Except for Santa. Except for Santa, and I don't think.
Only you can save the world.
Alternative end. Okay. They don't explicitly say it. She did describe herself as an X Factor. There's nothing else, right? God. Well, December 25th, 2028. I mean... hint, please. Yeah, that'd probably be good. It's also 7 a.m., so that might be, holding me back. It's the Radical 6. Slowing down my brain processing. Closed system. Bound by the in-universe world rules. Who isn't bound by... Oh! Is that me? Is that me? Did I do that? Oh my god. Oh my god. That's me! I did that! I did this! An uncontrolled variable that has entered our closed system. As such, the rules of this world do not apply to you. Oh! can travel freely through time and space. I guess I wasn't that far off when I joked that if I wanted to know what happened between Christmas and New Year's Eve in 2028, I would just have to wait 6.5 years. Yeah, I needed that, like, emphasis on those lines to really crack that riddle. That was... Okay, okay, cool. Cool. Jesus Christ. Watermelon. That's... I hate knowing that that's a thing. God. Okay. 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 This was a game. This was sure a game that I played. I'm gonna need about a week to process all of that. If not more. But thank you for hanging out with me while I beat the rest of Virtue's Last Reward. That... There was a lot happening there that I wasn't expecting, but, thank you. Oh my god. I do want to do a Zero Time Dilemma, but there is, the next, AI coming out soon, and I know it's like, I know ZTD is, like, not as good. Kyle loved playing Angry Birds. Good for him. Good for him. But yeah, have a good time, Zone. I'll see if I can't find anyone to raid. Oh, I don't actually have all the files in VLR. Huh. I was pretty sure I got it. Well, I might check that out, like, later. I need to sleep. It's past 7 a.m. My god. Atrocious to totally play it. Okay, good to know. Good to have a certain kind of motivation for it. I will do that raid though. Have a good night. We got a stream Friday night where I'll probably be restarting my Pokemon White Nuzlocke again. We'll see if that goes any better. Who is online though? Who can we say hi to? Zero Escape peaked with the VLR secret ending. True! I mean, I don't even know, like, what's up with ZTD yet, but... the Vicarious reveal. Of course, of course. But it looks like Jorina is playing Mark and Forest, so we're gonna go say hi to her. She's a very amazing artist who you should follow. She's great. I'll set the raid. I'll see y'all later. Again, have a good time zone. And see ya on Friday nights. Bye. Rest well if you need to right now.